Hello friends, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I hope you had some good rest last night. I hope you're wide awake for my stream this morning. If you're joining me for the first time, hello. My name is Sky, or Invested Crybaby. Good morning. How are you? Is your day going well? Thank you for coming. If you're new here, welcome into the stream. I'm Sky, or Invested Crybaby, and I'm live on both Twitch and YouTube. Are you ready to finish the story today? Screaming because I don't know if I am. I feel like that's every time I read. I'm like, I don't know if I want to read. And then by the end, I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish we could just keep reading. So that's what we're doing today. If you didn't know, if you're just joining me, we're finishing up the Summer I Turned Pretty Book 2. It's not summer without you. And I'm excited to see how this one leaves us, because I'm sure there's gonna be a cliffhanger. Let's be honest. Good morning to Matthew. It's good to see you. Hey Johnny, thank you for the hugs. Lovely. I appreciate it. Matthew was first today, friends. Thank you for being first. Toe Beans is here early. Hey Toe Beans. Javin's here early. Cyber Citrus is here. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming. We have some friends on YouTube. Welcome into Marcus and Mia and Leia and all of our other besties. Thank you, mods, Beatles, Celery, for being here. Hello to Galactic Eclipse. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for coming. I hope you're doing well. What'd you do last night? Hold on. Sorry about your love letters. I had it open. Hold on. Awkward. Alright, that's loading in. What'd you do last night? What did you do this morning? I slept in, which was nice. My mom is back from her work trip, which means I get to not have to take my sister to school or pick her up, which is really good for me because I get to sleep in and basically do whatever I want. And oh, do I love that freedom. I crave the days, but then I know like in just a few months I'll probably be like, man, wish I cherished them more. So we'll see how I go throughout as the year goes on. The soft pink off the shoulder is giving. Thank you. It's finally sweater season, which I don't know if I'm really that happy about, considering, you know, that I've been going to the beach. But it is sweater season. Thankfully, I get to pull out a lot of my cute clothes. I was kind of running out of summer attire. So, you know, we're happy to have clothes, you know, reused again, but at the same time I'm like, dang, I don't know if I'm ready for sweater season. Screaming. Sleeping in is the best. It's been feeling good, but you know what? One thing about sleeping in, you kind of just don't want to wake up. You're like, do I want to like do my job today? Do I want to go and like do the things I'm supposed to do? But here I am, you know, we're here. So I did choose to do the things I'm supposed to do. Thankfully. Finishing the story. So we have a question mark on today's agenda, but I'm here to confirm to you we are going to finish the story today. There's only a few chapters left. We kind of zoomed through it on the last stream, so we are for sure going to be finishing the story. We did zoom. I think we did 15 chapters each session, so and that's what we're concluding with today. We're just doing 15. Hopefully it takes me a few hours to get through. I'm like, please, Belly, don't leave us with like super short chapters. Screaming. But that's all I have planned for today's stream, so hopefully you'll lurk and get some tasks done, be productive in my stream. It's a short and sweet stream today. I am getting ready for my weekend. Tomorrow's my last stream until next Wednesday, so after tomorrow you'll have to wait almost a week to watch another Sky stream live, that is. Hopefully you'll watch back my VODs. I do have some YouTube videos coming out, so hopefully you'll watch those YouTube videos on Saturday that come out. Some shorts are coming out, but yeah, after today's stream I'm gonna start preparing for my weekend, and I'm pretty excited about that. So that's my plans after stream. Hello to Mike, it's good to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming to the stream this morning. And Chell wants to remind you all, yes, we're celebrating our 4-year anniversary super soon, which is really exciting. Our 4-year anniversary is in 10 days as of today. So hopefully you're excited to celebrate 4 years of my community and me being here, creating content on Twitch specifically. I'm excited to celebrate with you guys, and all next week we'll be preparing for the party. So hopefully you'll be here. Mark it in your calendars. Bean says, we finally got a date for testing my kiddo, as well as the date for OT and speech therapy evaluations. Super excited to figure out what's up so we can help him. That's awesome, Beans. I'm so glad you're getting everything handled. I know that your baby's gonna really appreciate that too. And here's to everything going smoothly. You know, not too lengthy and waiting periods of getting back these results. And keep us updated, bestie. I'm really excited for you. It's a good day. It's really a good day. You know, it's a short day for me, and I think I'm gonna be baking a cake in a little bit here, so I'm excited. I'm gonna do a little bit of shopping, packing, cleaning, preparing, and then tomorrow I just get to play Dress to Impress all day long on the stream, so I'm really excited for that. And then, you know, I get to go off on my adventure this weekend, so I'm excited. I feel like it's a pretty good chill week. Yesterday we did 8 hours on stream, did some cozy recording, got the princesses together. That was a lot of fun. If you didn't catch yesterday's stream, hopefully you'll watch it over the time I'm away. And speaking of my 4-year anniversary, I know that our friends are preparing a little something, possibly. So if you'd like to be a part of the 4-year celebrations that are a little bit hidden from me, hopefully you'll join us on Discord and make sure you let Chellery know that you want to be a part of that, okay? Because she put out a ping today and she was looking for besties who want to add their name to whatever they have going on. I cry. Beetle says I should be here for what? For what? Tomorrow? For the party? Screaming? Johnny says, I'm just bossing on my maid when I get out of work tonight. He's high priority for me given the arcane gear progression. Let's go. Some gaming coming on for my 4-year. Well, I sure hope so. I would sure hope so, Beatles. I scream. Thank you for showing up my wish list. Don't forget to check out my wish list if you haven't already. The stream's a longer one. So I'm excited to do a party with you guys. I think we're gonna plan out everything we want to do next week, like 1 week from now. You probably won't be here tomorrow though. You got plans? What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. I keep thinking it's Friday. I'm too excited. You will be missed tomorrow. What do you got going on? Is Choir here? Hey Choir, how's it going? What's the latest? Spill the tea. Thank you for being on YouTube. Friends, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like the live streams. You guys have been liking the live streams like crazy. And I'm so grateful for the support. Like, dang, guys. I finally saw, like, how many likes we're basically, like, receiving on a live stream. And I was actually proud. I was like, okay, go up. You are invested. You are supporting. So if you haven't joined me on YouTube, please consider to like the live stream. We are growing a lot over there. And I'm very grateful for the support. So grateful to be, like, soaring over there on YouTube. Feels bad that you're gonna be gone for most of tomorrow, Johnny. I hope you pull off some crazy cute outfits, love. Thank you. I know, I hope I do too. I need some cute pictures to bring back to you. Surely I'll take some cute photos while I'm gone. You're gonna go see Beetlejuice? Oh, that's exciting. I saw the Beetlejuice movie. It was good. I think you'll like it. Make sure, you let me know how you enjoy that movie. It's a good one. Did anyone else see the new Beetlejuice movie? We do have a hydration reminder, so at the start of the stream, hopefully have some water to stay hydrated. Keep it cozy. Johnny's going on a long distance trip tomorrow. When you go on long distance trips, do you and the team stop for food? Do you guys at least get to hang out and like have something to eat? Surely you have something to look forward to. Besides the win you're gonna be bringing home, right? Surely you're gonna win as well. Choir says, I'm doing good, no tea as of right now. I had texted C, but he's with his dad watching a movie, so you left him alone. Love it. What are they watching? Do you know? Cute. So cute. No tea as of this morning, but maybe when I come back, you have something to share for me. Screaming. Yeah, but I'm excited for the weekend, guys. I'm excited to play some DTI tomorrow. And I'm excited for this morning with you, you know, finishing the story. We've been following along for quite a while now, so I'm like, let's see how this ends. What's gonna happen with Belly? So we're gonna be reading chapters 30 through 45 today, okay? So it's a quick read, quick stream, gentle, cozy. I wanted to be here, you know, to talk with you and hear about what your plans are. And then again, I will be here tomorrow as well. So we still have some time to hang today. I think I would be making a chocolate cake. So I'm excited to go to the store and pick up stuff for that. Okay, tell me, what are your favorite parts about a chocolate cake? I'm not a huge cake fan, but I love to bake and I love to love. So I don't know, I'm really excited to make a cake, and yeah, I'm gonna do chocolate. And I want to know, like, what are some things you really like on a chocolate cake? Like, I don't know, what do you like the most? Because I don't know, I'm like, cake? If I was to do a cake for me, it'd be strawberry. So chocolate's like the opposite. I'm thinking about getting some strawberries. I know, always gotta have a strawberry in there somewhere, but I'm thinking about getting strawberries and some melted chocolate today, and then melting chocolate onto the strawberries to put on top of the cake, right? So it looks cute, because I'm not a decorator, like a cake decorator, and I don't do that stuff that much. Like, I don't know the piping and stuff. So I'm thinking, like, we'll do chocolate frosting, chocolate covered strawberries on top, maybe some candies. What are we thinking, guys? How should I make this cake? Because I'm gonna do it as soon as I'm done with stream, and I want it to look good, and more importantly, I want it to taste good. Johnny says, unless it's a tournament trip, we probably won't stop for food. It's a conference game. Dang. It's serious. Chell is back. Welcome back, Chell. And you said you're forever typing invested in Sparkle. I'm gonna update the emotes for fall, so maybe she'll come back. It seems like everyone really misses the Sparkle. They're watching the 1990s It movie. Oh, that's scary, Choir. I can't believe they're watching that. Willingly? Crazy. Johnny says, in other words, tomorrow's one of our important games, so we're on business. We're keeping it serious. We're keeping it locked in. Vanilla cake over chocolate cake. Strawberry, always. Chell says, okay, for me, I don't typically like jelly or anything, but with chocolate cake, a thin line of some kind of jam, like raspberry, strawberry in the middle, is always so good. Okay, I was thinking, like, should I do that? Because I'm gonna have the chocolate covered strawberries on top. But then I also thought of this one, and tell me what you think. I was thinking, you know how they do like a German chocolate cake? I don't know what that icing is. I think it has something to do with coconut. I was thinking about getting a German chocolate icing. I don't know what that's called, so hopefully you get where I'm going, and doing that in the middle, and then like the chocolate covered strawberries on top. I was also like, this, I just don't know if it's too much like flavors like going all around. Like, which one do you think sounds better? Because I do want to do the chocolate covered strawberries, but like, do chocolate covered strawberries go good with that icing? I don't know. Also, I was thinking about doing, like, do you know the Heath candy? I don't know if you know it, but they have like crushed up candies at the store. I've seen them before. I'm hoping I see them today. And I was thinking about getting some of those to like put on top, because I don't know how well I'm gonna ice this thing. I don't do icing like that. You know, I'm not like great with the icing. I'm more like into baking and like using jams, actually, like doing pastries and stuff with like sugar. I like doing that. Cake is like a different animal for me. So I was thinking we get the crushed candy of some sorts, and like we could put that on top, you know, to like make it look better. What do you think though? Is this like too many flavors? Chocolate covered strawberry, there's coconut, then there's this candy. We might do the filling you were talking about. So I'm like, what sounds best? What's the best combo we could cook up here today? And when you say like a thin layer of jam, do you mean like the jam for the like the sandwiches, you know, like strawberry and peanut butter, or is there like a special jam? Because like if I do jam, I need to know. I cry. Is it has coconut and caramel with the chocolate cake? Okay, so that sounds good to me, but I don't know. Hello to Sade, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Chocolate does go good with strawberry, kind of like relatives, just perfect combo. Hey Tim, good morning. Thank you for being over here. Mike, thanks for collecting your love letter. Choir, thanks for being on both platforms. Let's go. We're laughing. She's out here. She's trying to put together the craziest combos you could think of. I actually don't know if it matters, but I think there's a certain jam you could use for baking. Don't quote me on that. See, there's so much that goes into this. And that's why I'm not a professional baker. Have you done a poke cake before? No, I don't even know what a poke cake is, unfortunately. Give us the tea, beans. Give us the tea. Jenny says a random thing to note regarding conference games is that at least in my state, they can't end in draws. So if the game ends tied in regulation, then we go straight to a penalty shootout to decide the winner. I don't remember if we do overtime for our conference games. Dang, Johnny. I can't wait for you to come back and tell us how the game goes tomorrow. But yeah, chocolate is the base. Chocolate cake is the base. I just really want to try my hand at a chocolate covered strawberry. I've wanted to do that for so long, so I feel like I need to do that. So that's like another like non-negotiable. Those are the things I really want, but everything else is just like random stuff I'm coming up with last minute. I'm like, throw this together, throw that together. Maybe this will work. I'm thinking like chocolate candies on top. I've seen people do this, and I don't really want to do this because I feel like it's too much, but I've seen on Pinterest people get like Kit Kats and they like line it. I don't think I'm down for all that. I've seen people get like M&Ms and like put that all on top. I also don't think I'm down for all that. I feel like those were too much for me, but let's see what you have to say. Tim says that's like Nesquik. They have chocolate, strawberry, banana, vanilla, and French vanilla syrup flavors now, and you're big on the strawberry. I love Nesquik, but I haven't really drank it since I've like not been drinking any real milk. I don't think I've drank real milk in years, honestly, and then the times that I do accidentally consume it, destroys me. Chelsea says, okay, so breaking it down, with the German chocolate cake frosting stuff, is it mainly the coconut you want? If so, maybe you can go with strawberry jam, chocolate strawberry on top, and a sprinkle of coconut and chocolate shavings mixed together. Oh, that sounds pretty. I don't know what I want, girl. I'm just like, I know that the theme is supposed to be chocolate, so I'm like, okay, matching chocolate, what's better than a chocolate cake? That's what I thought in my head. I was like, theme is chocolate. I don't know how to make a chocolate bar. Chocolate strawberries on their own seems like a little light, so a chocolate cake is what I've determined to make. And I'm like kind of iffy about everything else because with it all it might be a little rich. Okay, so like everything might be too much, you think? Yeah, I don't want it to be too crazy. Bean says, okay, so you make the cake and let it cool, and then you poke holes in it. Then pour hot jello on it and put it in the fridge. Then put frosting on it, and you could do the chocolate with strawberry jello. Whoa, I've never heard of a jello chocolate cake. That's crazy. That's really wild. How's the texture on that? How does that work? That's crazy. That's impressive, Beans, that you know like about a poke cake. I've never even heard of that. Oh, Chill, you're making me want to have Mama Choir make her famous German chocolate cake. What does she put on that, Choir? Let's hear it. You gotta go in tomorrow with that Roman Reigns energy. Wreck 'em and leave. Let's go. Let's go. Tim's got a 9-hour shift tomorrow. Dang, sending you strength. Katten, thanks so much for coming in, getting your love letter, lurking for me, love. I appreciate that so much. Beatles, thanks for getting your love letter too. I bet that looks cool, but I'm curious about the texture. Yeah. The jello and the cake. But wait, oh no, that's pudding. I was gonna say, don't they do the mud cups with like jello? But that's pudding. So yeah, I really don't know the texture. I'm gonna look it up though. Let me look up a poke cake. I don't know if I'll do that. I don't want to mess it up, but maybe. I cry. Let me see. Maybe in the future. Let's see, poke cake. Cake pops could have been cute. Like to put on top. Oh wow. They don't always do jello, it seems. Oh wow. It just looks like two cakes mixed almost in my like view. By the way, Sky, don't forget Bessie, I bake cakes. I know, Tim. So what do you recommend? Chocolate cake, what are you putting on it, Tim? Hello, Mr. Baker over here. Not even telling us the tea on what I should do. Let me see. Beans says it's a bit of a different texture, more dense, almost cheesecakey, and I learned it from a ranch hand's wife when we worked on a ranch in MT. Wow, the life you've lived, that's crazy. Tim says baking is fun, but my job is very stressful, especially at holidays, and the deli, my second position at my job, is stressful too. I can only imagine the holidays for sure. Also guys, I just gotta say something. I have been cutting my bangs almost every single day. Almost every single day. And why did they never look different? I'm going to go insane. Every day I get here and they, dude, I tell you, let me tell you, I cut my bangs, I put them in the roller, I take them out in the morning, and they're so cutesy, they're so short, like they're like short right here, and they like flow so nicely, and then by the time I get here, why does it look like I never cut them? Why does it literally, like, why is this here? Like, why are you, did it grow within like a day, 24 hours? I don't know, but I've been really tired of them. I'm like, get it together or stop. Just stop in general. Because I swear to God, they haven't looked different. And I've been cutting them like every single day. Sick of it. Absolutely sick of it. Off topic. We're on the cake topic. I just had to say something. Because I look at myself on the screen and it's driving me crazy. I'm like, oh my gosh. I wish you could see the bangs when I cut them, and you like, I wish you could see them when I see them. Okay, I wish you could. Anyways, Claire says that their mom makes a chocolate cake and they put coconut shavings mixed in with some frosting on top of the cake, and she always does 2 layers. 2 layers, dang. You have an obsession with caramel cake, but your family doesn't get it that much anymore because it's expensive at the store that sells it. Fair enough. Nowadays at your family gatherings, you just get some sort of pound cake from the Jewel Osco or something. A pound cake, Johnny? Okay. Want to know what my obsession cake is? Of course I do, Tim. It's Reese's peanut butter cake. Anything Reese's is your weakness. I love Reese's too. That sounds good. Your bangs are the same. They look so good still from our pop though. Thank you. But like, dude, I wish you could see them. Like, I wish you could. This is not what we're going for. This is not what we're going for. I've been so tired of my hair lately. I'm gonna be honest. Every day I have it, you know, down, and I'm just like, please. So over you. You used, like, in real life, I feel like my hair looks a lot better than it comes across the screen as well. And that's another thing. I'm like, dude, I'm so tired of coming on and it looks just so basic, so simple, so dull. That's how I feel about this hair these days. But in real life, it'll, like, when I'm not in the screen, for some reason, if I go out, the bangs are perfect, the hair is voluminous, and I'm just like, why does my stream room hate me? Why does my hair hate the camera? Why doesn't it ever want to look good on the camera? At least this camera. Screaming. Okay, let me see. Johnny says, our family gatherings, at least on my mom's side, are much smaller these days. Mother Nature and Father Time is just like that sometimes, but smaller gathering equals less cleanup afterwards. True. What about a chocolate bundt cake with strawberry glaze and coconut and chocolate strawberries on the top? I do have a bundt pan. I recently made like a banana bread one when it was really good. Everyone really liked that. I could do bundt. And then I wouldn't have to cut the top, which is something I'm fearful of. But here's the thing about a bundt. You can't put a chocolate frosting on that, right? Like, you have to do a glaze of some sort, and I don't know how to do a glaze. Tim says, by the way, send me positive vibes, bestie, because this year's holidays I plan not to give into sweets. I've been doing so good. Oh, I'm sending you all the strength. I know, 'tis the season for the sweets to come over, and I'm stressed. I hope we can all stay strong. Bean says, I love your hair. I get what you mean though. I'm always looking a mess. I know. I'm like, dude, I wish you guys could, sometimes I wish you could just, like, I was like a live, like real life, like, what is that called? It's not like a lifestyle streamer because we do lifestyle content. I wish like I was just having a camera on me when I was walking around, because I swear I would look 10 times better than sometimes when I'm just sitting here. And that's not right, man. That's just, that's a tragedy. I think I'm being robbed, and so are you, from actual looks. Choir says, I want to do bangs, bestie, but with my curly hair, I don't know. My sister has really curly hair. She cut bangs, and they look good. I love the look of curly hair and bangs. I love them. I wish they looked better. You could definitely do it for sure. Chell says that I love curly bangs. They're so cute. No pressure, of course, but just a voice of support. Right? Right? They look so good. They look like your character's like bangs in the game. And I love how that looks. I really wish my hair looked like that. I really wish I had curly bangs. They look so much cuter. You love banana bread, but you hate bananas. Fair. Hi, Angelhood. It's good to see you. One day you might surprise us. You should. Choir, new man, new year. I'm just kidding. I'm unhinged. Who's letting me speak? Oh my gosh, I'm so unhinged. Johnny says question of the day. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I can't believe me. Johnny says question of the day. Do you have a specific family member or group of family that holds gatherings for every holiday? Or is it fairly spread out among the family depending on the occasion? Yeah, Johnny, it's usually my parents. It's usually them, always holding it up, hosting everything. And I'm like, please stop. Let somebody else do it because I don't want to clean it up. Like, gosh, go somewhere, do something. I'm sure this year they'll try to do it all too. I'm sure they'll be taking it on. It did make sense. Screaming. It did. Let's keep it together, right? I wilded out for a second. Choir told me they had a boyfriend at the beginning of the week, and I'm like, guys, it's been a crazy day for me. You have no idea. The news has been dropping. It's been fun. Anyways, thank you for being here in the stream. I appreciate you. We're talking about chocolate cake. What do you like on your chocolate cake? What is your favorite toppings on a chocolate cake? Growing up, it was grandma's house. We used to do birthdays there as well. Oh, that's cute. So cute. Vanilla frosting on a chocolate cake. I would have never thought of that one. Vanilla frosting on chocolate cake is something. It's unique. It's something different. I don't know if I want to put white frosting on a dark chocolate cake, guys. I told you I can barely frost. Who knows how like smooth this is gonna come out? I don't know about that. I don't know. That seems like a mess. That seems like I'm gonna see like those chocolate bits in the frosting. Strawberry frosting? I fear we're gonna stray away from the theme of chocolate. The theme is chocolate, so I feel like if I have pink frosting, everyone's gonna be like, damn it, Sky, you showed up here again with a pink... You showed up here again with your pinkness. Why are you bringing a strawberry cake to us? I feel like they're like, dang it, what are you doing? You're always doing this. You know your cozy vibes, don't you? Chocolate is everything. Yeah, the theme is chocolate, guys. I can't show up with a pink cake. I'm already main character enough. They're gonna send me away. Like, get out of here. Girl, you're always trying to do something. How can you make this about you? That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna be like, girl, always making it about you, aren't you? Screaming. Let me see. Jody says, when I was younger, it was always my grandparents on my mom's side for Thanksgiving, and Christmas was my great uncles and aunts on my dad's side, and they always held a gathering for the 4th of July. After my parents split up, my brother and I would visit both sets of grandparents for Christmas specifically. Ooh, I bet it was so fun getting more than like one meal on Christmas. You're a Reese's guy. You put chocolate peanut butter on everything. It's your weakness. Chocolate is the greatest thing ever. Just can't say too much. All the focus will be on it, right? I'm already bringing the cake, guys. I'm already bringing a cake. Think about that. I'm already doing a cake. Like, dude, watch somebody be doing like cookies, you know, like cookies, and somebody else is gonna be doing like a drink, I'm sure. Like, watch people be doing simple things, and I'm over here like, bam, here's my cake. And then you're like, put some strawberry on it. And I'm like, guys, come on. Hey, Kirsty, it's good to see you. Someone say chocolate? Yeah, what do you like on your chocolate cake? A mousse? I wish I was that good. You guys have so much faith in me. You're like, make a mousse, make a glaze. And I'm like, guys, I can barely make a box cake right now. Please, like, let's get back to speed. I cannot make a mousse. I cannot make a glaze. That's fun when everyone brings an item of food for the function. Yeah. So I'm doing a cake. And I don't know, hearing chocolate just makes me think, me too. Jessie, it was a SpongeBob reference. I'm glad you got it. You don't really like toppings, just like regular chocolate cake. You can't bake. Death by chocolate. You love chocolate mousse. Chocolate. I don't even know how to say the last word. Dark chocolate. Yeah, I like dark chocolate too, but I don't know about for a cake. I think mousse is just chocolate pudding with Cool Whip folded in, or at least an easy way to make it. Chocolate pudding with Cool Whip folded in. I could do that. I could do that, but I don't think I want to do that right now. I really was determined to make a cake, guys. I really wanted to challenge myself, you know? Cake. Dark chocolate cake is so good. I've never tried a dark chocolate cake. Never have I ever. Chocolate cake is a lot. I try to only really eat it like once a year, right? I don't even like cake, so, you know. Especially chocolate. That's why it's gonna be good. That's why it has to be really good, you know, because I don't like cake and I don't like chocolate cake. So I need this to be super good. You always love to see what everyone brings to potluck or something when you bring food to it. The Fire Fam regular thing we bring is potato salad. I love that. I don't know what a crunchy flourless cake is. I'm sorry I'm making you hungry. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the stream. My name is Sky. Your dad likes triple fudge cake for you. That's a no because it's very sweet. Triple fudge cake. Alright, back to the topic at hand. Chocolate cake, chocolate icing, something in the middle, and we're gonna do chocolate covered strawberries on top. What kind of candies? What kind of candies? I was looking up like chocolate cake inspo, right? Because I was trying to see like the vibes, the inspo, the vision. And I saw like a square candy on one of the cakes. This one. Ooh. Saw this one on Pinterest, guys. You see those square candies? And I was like, what is that candy? And what can I get? I can't do those little fluffs in between. Cannot do those fluffs in between. So I need you to tell me, like I was thinking instead of the fluffs and the raspberries, we just do the strawberries covered. And I'm like, what are those chocolate squares? What are those? That does look hard, huh? Really? Welcome back, bestie. Today we're gonna be reading, but right now, yeah, I'm gonna be baking after stream. And right now I'm trying to decide what to put in and on my chocolate cake. So what do you think I should do? They sell them at the store. Normal, it's just like a normal chocolate squared. Kiddo threw a book on keyboard, no worries. It's just like regular chocolate squares. There's nothing special there. Your brother makes a really OP pasta salad. Guys, I didn't eat today. This is gonna get me hungry for sure. Pasta salads, potato salads, cakes. Let's have a potluck. Although we wouldn't be able to eat anything because it's virtual. How do you host a virtual potluck? That's interesting. Brownies with the drizzle. Angel, did you miss the memo, bestie? It is a cake today. A cake. I crave potluck would be so fun. But again, we couldn't eat it. We're making Sky hungry. I know, we're making each other hungry. Me and mom bake brownies later. I'm taking like a cheat day today. Have fun making brownies. Oh, you reminded me. It would be weird to put like a walnut or something in the cake, huh? That's weird. I was just thinking like we could put like a nut in it. But like, wouldn't that be kind of weird? Is that weird? If you bit into a chocolate cake, would you want that in your cake? That might be weird, huh? It's too much. Cookies and cream cake is amazing to make. Oh, Oreos, vanilla, like a walnut or not a peanut. I feel like those are too hard. Like a walnut. You gotta be careful in case anyone has allergies. True, that's true. That is true. You could definitely make things and put the strawberries on top or a cherry on top. Yeah, really. I want to do chocolate covered strawberries on top. Chocolate covered strawberries on top. And then like those little square chocolates, I guess I'm going to be looking for. I know that there's like break off chocolate, but I don't want to break them off in case like I mess up the square. So do you know if there's some that are like individual squares? Because I don't want to break it. It's a party. It's a theme, really. And I'm going to bring a cake and the theme is chocolate. So I was thinking I'll do a chocolate cake with chocolate covered strawberries on top. And then we were thinking about what to put in the middle. you know, what to put inside. And then Chell recommended like I do like a thin line of a jam. And then I was also thinking about like a German filling, like the German chocolate filling. You know, it's like a coconut. I don't know what's in that frosting, but like it's like a coconut of some sort. Red velvet chocolate bestie, that's a party cake. Would it be red? Because again, I'm trying to keep my color scheme right, guys. I know I'm gonna be looked at funny. I know I'm gonna be looked at funny if I bring a different color to the party. Plus, like red velvet, you do cream cheese, no? I'm going like pure chocolate. Theme is chocolate, pure chocolate. Chocolate on the outside, red on the inside. Oh, that's kind of cute though. The color scheme's nice. It's giving Valentine's Day. It could match my strawberry. Coconut, yes, because also not a lot of allergies involving coconut. Sorry, my mom said I hear somebody, so I'm like, who's here? What's going on? Anyways, yeah, I didn't ask my mom what she thought, so maybe I'll ask her too. But that's what I'm going to be doing after stream today. That's my plan. I want to know your thoughts and opinions and what she would add to a chocolate cake. I feel like I got some valuable advice. I feel like I could take away some stuff. I'll post pictures, okay? So join me on Discord, join me on socials, and I'll post the pictures to tell you how it turns out and what I do, okay? So you can see. And then I'll be back here tomorrow so I can tell you how the process was. They sell them at Target. The Ghirardelli chocolate are squares and they come separately. You just have to, okay, Ghirardelli's. Macadamia, but don't do that. Yeah, the macadamia. I feel like a nut would be nice. But, you know, I don't know. I feel like it's smart to stay away from that as well. Just in case, you know, just in case. Because then nobody can eat my cake and that would be awkward. Yeah, but thank you for the advice. Thank you for the visions. I can't wait to make it. I'm excited. The mousse was exciting. It made me want to make like a mousse on the side, but I feel like a cake is too much as is, so I can't like show up with both, right? Like a mousse and a cake is too much. The cake you dislike is M&M cakes. We make those at work and you're like, people eat this? That's what I was talking about, Tim. They put like a bunch of M&Ms on top, huh? Do you put the Kit Kats on the side and then the M&Ms on top? I feel like that cake is so popular, Tim. And I'm like, I don't know about that one. I do feel like that's a lot. Right? I'm already going out of my way to do like the chocolate covered strawberries. Like a mousse would be too much. But technically, Angel, I could just use extra chocolate covered strawberries to put on the cup. But then I'd have to get cups. Then I'd have to get pudding and Cool Whip. And that's like a whole other thing. You're right. We're doing too much. You're right, that's too much. There. We won't be doing that. I like start breaking it down. I'm like, yeah, no. I got other things to do. Thank you. Lindor assorted chocolates have separate chocolates, but they're round. They're cute too, though. So like circle ones. Right, Kirsty? I'm loving the dramatics, though. I know, right? So the circle ones, that could be cute. I feel like I'm gonna go square just based off this picture. Did you see my picture? I'm looking at the picture now. So instead of like that, I'm gonna do strawberries covered with chocolate. I know, hopefully I can find them. They're both always on Target. So I want to put the strawberries and then the square and then the strawberry and then the square. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like 8 chocolate covered strawberries and then 3, 6, 8 chocolates. 8 chocolates. So that's kind of my vision for that. And then what did you think, Aurelia? Did you think a fruit filling or did you think a coconut filling would be better? Which do you think will be good for it? And which did everyone think? Would you choose a fruit filling or would you choose a coconut filling for the cake? Which one would you choose? That's my final question in regards to this cake. Fruit or coconut? I scream. Coconut from Angel. Oh, we have a poll. Okay, we have a poll. Fruit or coconut for the filling? Probably fruit. Alright, we'll see what happens. Oh, hi, Pi. So sorry, Pi. My messages weren't coming in. Pharaoh roaches, just do those swirl dots and stick those things on there and do a soak for the cake and make it not dry. I'm so sorry for my delay. How do you do a soak for a cake though? Is Tomo here? Hi Tomo. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Wait, Aurelie, hold on. You make me want to bake. You should bake, Pine. You're gonna do some homemade cinnamon rolls. Oh, I'd love that. It's a circle with the star tape. Then put the treat in the center of the circle. You used to work in a bakery. These cinnamon rolls take 6 hours to set and rise and proof. That's crazy, Pie. Also, I'm so sorry that I didn't get any of your messages. They were not coming through until right now. That's crazy. You wrote so much to me and I was just like, yeah, just talking, just running my mouth. Let me see. Drink some water. You had a chocolate chunk muffin and you're getting hungry again because of us talking about food. Ghirardelli makes the squares. Strawberry preserved middle would be sick. I forgot I have a dozen pumpkins. Oh my gosh, you do? You're thinking of writing today? You should write choir, that would be fun. You've been writing Minecraft story mode one-shots left and right. Can you tell I've been inspired to do that? I can. Pharaoh with the golden wrappers are so yummy. Ghirardelli has those squares, salted caramel, and coconut. Oh, that's smart. The chocolate squares caramel and then the coconut inside. You could do strawberries and cream and chocolate. It goes so well. Like also Nutella, something more easy. Yes, for the soak, you use the baking brush and poke holes in the cake. You ask Kiddo on what to put in the cake and he goes, nothing. Nothing. I don't want nothing on the cake. Definitely fruit. You don't like anything coconut. A soak is like a syrup water mix. You water on top. Dang. It's a chocolate fiend. He said, if it's not chocolate, nothing. Please. The fruit one. Wow. Okay, a lot of people wanted fruit here. But wait, they just sold me like a caramel coconut chocolate cake. Does sound good. I don't know. I'll let you know what I decide. That was a good idea because those squares come with caramel inside. So like imagine you cut a slice open and like it's the chocolate on top with the caramel and then inside's the coconut and then it's chocolate. Like that sounds pretty good. So I'm kind of sold. Your profile picture's a chocolate pie. That's a slay. It'd probably be strawberry if we do a fruit angel. It'd be strawberry because strawberries. You would devour. See, it sounds good. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'll look at the store. We'll see what I can find at the store. Oh, another thing I've seen people do is like a whip, like a cream, like the Cool Whip or whatever, or even a marshmallow. What do you guys think about a whip or a marshmallow? Too much? Is that too much? A whip or a marshmallow? Like they have marshmallow fluff. I've never tried a marshmallow fluff before, but I just know it tastes good. I just know because I like marshmallows. So I'm like, maybe that could be like a s'mores cake. Sounds like a Girl Scout cookie with the chocolate and the caramel. I know, right? I'm like, it sounds like s'mores now. It sounds like a s'mores cake. Maybe we don't want marshmallow. Maybe we don't want fluff. Maybe that's way too much. I know, Angel. I'm making it more extravagant. Like I can actually do this. Like I can actually pull it off. Beatrice says cute, but cute not too much. You think it's cute with the marshmallow, like fluff? Like yeah, I'm gonna so do this, dude. It's gonna be like the most lopsided, like just failed cake. I'm screaming. Hi Yuki Tony, welcome in. I hope you're doing well, bestie. Dang. Alright. We'll see what I do. I doubt I'm gonna bring in fluff or marshmallow. But everything else seemed promising. I'll be honest, it all sounded good. It all sounded right. I was here for most of that. I'm here for it. We'll see what I can pull off, okay? We'll see what I can do. Thanks for talking to me about cakes today. With that being said, my final question for the cake conversation is, what's your favorite kind of cake? Like, forget the fact that we're eating a chocolate cake in the stream. What is your favorite kind of cake? We need a crybaby baking episode. Pie, I've been dying to do one for so long. Hectic. hectic. Maybe one day. Manifesting one day, for sure. It would be so cute. It'd be so fun. British Bake Off style. Dude, I'd lose my own challenge. Strawberry cheesecake or plain cheesecake? I love cheesecake so much. That's a choice. Your favorite kind of cake is... Couldn't even pronounce your favorite kind of cake. Child, this is embarrassing. I feel like it's like Sachatoire, but I can't remember. You always love to whip up a good yellow box cake with chocolate frosting. Yellow boxed cake, chocolate frosting, classic. Not a huge cake fan either, but I love cheesecake. It does count because it's my favorite too. Anything nutty and with amazing textures. Chantilly cake? What's that pie? Spill. What is that? You're bougie. My favorite cake is strawberry cake with strawberry icing, and I love cheesecake. I'm so sorry. Sash or tort? Sash or tort? Okay, let's Google this. I gotta see. Are you getting this for your birthday? Did you guys know Chel's having a birthday soon? Chel's birthday is coming up. Do I tell them the day? Should I tell them the day? Can I tell them the day? Let me putting on blast every year, and this year I'm like, should I tell them? Chel's birthday is coming up in 11 days. 11 days, guys. Okay, it's right after my party. So I hope to see all of you sing happy birthday in the Discord. Oh my gosh, Chel. This looks like a very fancy chocolate cake. Chocolate glaze, chocolate sponge, apricot jam. Is there actually that jam in every single one? Funfetti and the ice cream cake are a second. Vanilla, and you like your cake simple. You're the only one in your family who likes cheesecake, so you're gonna go buy a big one. I love that. And all those who like cheesecake, I'll share, please. I would devour that whole thing with you. It's like a vanilla almond. I love almond. The 29th. You got it, Kirsty. A whipped cream type frosting. That's a good idea to get this for my birthday. It's kind of hard to find places that make it here, but I have before. I may go on a little birthday adventure. It's a thin line, though I've had it made with other jams too. Well, now I just want to buy a cake and call it a day. This one looks good. I don't think I can pull this off. Why do they always write the name of the cake on it? I'm seeing a lot of pictures and they just have it just says Satcher, like, or Sasher on top of it. Is there a reason why like all of them have the name of it on top of it? Oh my gosh, I love cake books and stuff. They're so stunning. These people just love to promote. They're just like, this is good. I love almond though. Almond is so good. It was chantilly. I'm gonna look that up next. I actually don't know, but I'll have to find out. Yeah, like almost every picture has like the name on top of it and icing. Chantilly. Just like Sasher. Oh my goodness. Okay, this one looks classic. This one looks straight out of Animal Crossing. And they put a lot of fruit on top of it. This looks good. This looks like the ones you see in like cartoons and like picture books and stuff. This cake looks cute. I want an almond cake. I feel like an almond cake would be so good. You have brownies pie. McLovin says, I asked Theory what kind of costume I should be as Halloween, and she told me to put a sheet over my head and hold a pen and call myself the Ghost Rider. Oh my gosh. Now that's a plan. Screaming hi McLovin, welcome in. It's good to see you. By the way guys, today we're watching Glee. Are you so excited to watch Glee? I see a lot of Glee bingers in my chat right now. I'm pretty hype. Wednesdays always come so quick now and I love it. I'm excited to see what happens next in Glee. If you guys didn't know, we've been shows every single Tuesday, Wednesday, and starting now we're going to be binging on Thursdays as well. Dancing with the Stars and then The Masked singers. So Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays shows are going on in the Discord. Fridays we have open mic typically, and Saturdays we watch movies. It's booming over there. It's booming. Doesn't seem like a bad costume idea. It seems like a funny one for sure. That one's like a silly costume. Speaking of, Chell, if you have a second today, could you assist me in making an event? We're gonna do, what is that called? A continued event. What is that? Repeat event series. There's many words for this. It's gonna be another event series on Thursdays starting at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And the shows are So You Think You Can Dance? No. Dancing with the Stars, sorry. And also The Masked Singer. So this Thursday is the first time we're going to be watching Dancing with the Stars. Okay, Dancing with the Stars. It just premiered yesterday. We're watching the premiere this Thursday in the Discord server, so tomorrow. And then next week the Masked Singer starts, so next week after that it'll be playing the Masked Singer. So you could just promote it with the Masked Singer afterwards, because after this week it'll have the Masked Singer going on right afterwards. And that's going to be hosted by our friends Choir and Tea. Starting at 6:30 p.m. Thursdays, Dancing with the Stars, the Masked Singer, premiere Dancing with the Stars tomorrow, and Masked Singer premiered next Thursday. Yes, just one continued event every Thursday. Thank you. I can't believe you got all that. I should see what she says later. After this Thursday, every following Thursday we'll have both Dancing with the Stars and then the Masked Singer. So this Thursday there's only Dancing with the Stars, but every Thursday after that it's gonna be Dancing with the Stars and the Masked Singer. It'll start at 6:30 and it'll end at like 9:30, I think. You wish flash mobs would make a comeback. Were you ever part of a flash mob? That's crazy. Thank you, Chell. I appreciate you doing that. I just fear I won't have the event ready before tomorrow with my baking experience today and then packing. So I appreciate you doing that. Anyways, guys, yeah, tomorrow, if you would like to start a new show with us, we're gonna be watching, like I said, Dancing with the Stars, and then next week it'll be Dancing with the Stars and the Masked Singer. So hopefully we'll see some new bingers there, watching on Thursdays with Choir and T and me, because I'll be there too. So yeah, make sure you put that in your calendar. Today is Glee. Yesterday we watched some Modern Family. We finished season 4 of Modern Family last night. That was pretty cool. We're going on season 5 next week, actually the week after, because I won't be here on Tuesday. But it's been fun binges, lots of shows we get to watch together. And I'm excited. I think it's like season 33 of Dancing with the Stars, and I've seen a few Dancing with the Stars, but this will be the first time I'm tuning in regularly to the show. Should be good. Pisces, once upon a time we did it in our show Choir. Glee was real big back then. Oh my gosh. Wait, so are you a Gleek, Pi? Pi, you need to join us on Discord. You should come watch. We're still in season 1 if you're like a Gleek fan. Hello to Box, welcome in, and hi Camo, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. So sweet. Let's drink some water. Does anyone know the stars that are gonna be in this season of Dancing with the Stars? Or is it like supposed to be a surprise? Like, does the premiere surprise you with like who's gonna be there? Hi Candy, good morning, it's good to see you. Your Animal Crossing character of the day. That's hard. Dang, you put me on blast, Candy. Dang, I can't think. Oh my gosh. I was just yap, and then you asked me that. Candy's Animal Crossing character of the day is something with Candy, I'm thinking. I want to say Meringue, but I don't know if I've given you Meringue before. Meringue is like the bakery, like staple, I feel like. So I'm gonna give you Meringue, but if I've given you her before, then you're just really Meringue vibes. That's all I can say. Pi says, I joined the Discord. It was so funny how accurate all the show choir drama is portrayed. I love the show. I talk about this every Wednesday because we watch it every Wednesday. So every Wednesday I tell everybody how much I love Glee, and I love Glee. Also, if it's really accurate, that's scary because, like, man, there's some crazy stuff going on in the show. I hope you'll watch it with us tonight. I think we're watching episodes like 11 and 12, if I'm not mistaken, of season 1. And yeah, it's my first time watching Glee. I was like, I think too little when the show first came out. Sorry. And yeah, I don't know, it's so interesting. I'm like, dang, they go off. And then the singing's good too. I originally thought Glee was just like a singing show, but there's a lot of tea. There's a lot of tea going on in there. Speaking of tea, friends, we are reading today. So if you're just joining me, welcome into the stream. Today we're reading the final, oh, this is the wrong one. The final chapters of the Summer I Turned Pretty book 2. It's Not Summer Without You. Not ready for all that, but hopefully you'll be here to listen and to me read the story, and you'll tell me what you think of the ending, because it should be interesting. The last book we finished was crazy and I'm just not ready. Meringue is so cute. Yeah, Meringue is super cute. We watched 12 and 13 last time. Did we? Did you check my Discord? Well, like, disregard my announcement then. Whatever we watched last time, we're watching the 2 after that. We're watching the 2 episodes after that. Oh, my bad. Okay, so 14 and 15 today then. Are we close to the finale? How many episodes are in season 1, Kirsty? T has been hyping it up a lot, which is making me excited. I know, I'm so excited for the both of you to be hosting your first official event. That's exciting. Okay, guys, we're gonna get into the story because we've been here for like about an hour, just chatting, chilling, cake talking. Hopefully you'll stick around though, okay? Because the story does get interesting, and there's still another book after this one, so we'll probably be reading that one super soon at the beginning of October. Leave a tab, lurk the stream, get cozy. You can double check what 2 episodes we're watching tonight. Yeah, the binge says where we, like, the binge section, I put the episodes, so whatever those 2 were, the following 2. You could check, that would be great. And then tell me how many episodes. 14 and 15 tonight? And how many episodes are in season 1? Do you know? I'll try to be there. You were in show choir in high school when Glee was still on, back in the golden days. I love that. Did people try to like recreate the characters in real life? Making you feel ancient? Oh, don't feel ancient. You're totally fine. I don't feel like Glee's that old. Camo says, hello Sky, thank you for the warm welcome as always. Hope you're doing well, dear. I am. I'm excited to read the story. I can't wait to see the ending, honestly. You should go watch Glee with us, but you have to sleep early every weekday. I know, Candy. I was so sad you didn't get to make it to the Modern Family binge. Screaming. There's 22. Oh, don't worry, choir. They found it. 22. So we're watching, what'd you say, 14 and 15? 16, 17. Okay, 18, 19, and then 21, 22, 20. Okay, I think we still have like a few more binges before the finale of Glee season 1. I'm gonna be crying that day. They definitely started doing the diva offs which was so cringe looking back. The diva offs is great. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. I love that, dude. What a time to be alive, Pi. What a time to be alive. We have a poll. Have you been reading, bestie? Let us know. A little bit, not really. With me, you want to read more? Let us know, let us know. They definitely started. Oh yeah, I read that one. Have you gotten to the first Britney episode yet? Iconic. I don't think so. Like, just like a Britney solo episode? No, I don't think so. No, not that I can recall. I remember that they just went to sectionals. Glee does an episode dedicated to Britney Spears. Oh, no. I thought you were talking about the character Britney, but no, Britney Spears hasn't made her appearance on the show yet either. It might be season 2. Oh, season 3 maybe. Yeah, we're still in season 1. But you know who they did have? They have, as a reoccurring actress. What's her name? She plays Glinda. Ariana loves her. Yeah, we just found out some crazy tea. We did just find out some crazy tea involving babies and relationships. Like, the tea spilled for all that. Kristen, yeah, Kristen. She's in here, right? She's been like a reoccurring character a little bit. And I thought that was crazy that they got her. I was like, dang. Crazy. So yeah, I'm excited. Don't spill nothing, Del. Don't spill. You got me scared. You got me scared over here. Like, oh my gosh, please. Screaming. Okay, we're gonna start reading. Who plays Linda in Wicked? Gosh, stressing me out over here. I'm like, oh my gosh, please. No, literally. That's funny, y'all. That's a funny command. No. Dang, if you know that one, you know that one. If you don't, you don't. That's crazy though. That was a throwback. Okay, let's see. Chapter 30. I think I read. Did I leave off on chapter 30? We didn't read chapter 30 last week, or no? Did we read chapter 30? Or did we just like, we stopped, right? We didn't end up reading it? I'll go back to chapter 29. Damn. I don't remember what happened last, guys. Dang it. Guys, why do I not recognize anything that's being said? Oh yeah, truth or dare. Okay. I must have been reading, but like not reading. Oh, this is a long one. I think we stopped before reading. Yeah, I think so too. Oh man. Chapter 29. Alright, let's see. In chapter 29, I couldn't tell you what happened. So I think I'm gonna read chapter 29 again. Damn it. Oh man, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. I don't remember what happened really. I think they played Truth or Dare. I kind of remember a question that they have. I think they have, yeah, Mr. Fisher came. And they're gonna have one final party. Candy. That's where we're at. So we'll read the party again. Okay, Pi, thank you for lurking. Good luck with your laundry. We'll read about the party again. And then, we'll just go from there. We'll just jump into it. Because I don't really remember every little detail, unfortunately, of like what's happened. Chapters this book has is 45. So we're going to finish it today, I think, Kirsty. In the next few hours. Fingers crossed. Okay. Let's start at chapter 29. I'm so sad that I don't remember. But then we'll just go from there, okay, friends? Thank you for watching. Again, don't forget to lurk and leave a tab open if you have to go. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much for keeping me company, supporting the stream. We're currently live on both Twitch and YouTube, so hopefully you'll like the live stream if you're watching on YouTube, and lurk and leave tabs open for me. Alright, chapter 29. It's not summer without you. That's funny, Kirsty. When I finally went back downstairs, it was dark out and Jeremiah was back. He and Conrad were sitting on the couch, watching TV like the fight had never happened. I guessed it was that way with boys. Whenever Taylor and I fought, we were mad for at least a week. and there was a power struggle over who got custody of which fronts. Whose side are you on? We'd demand of Katie or Marcy. We'd say mean things that you can't take back, and then we'd cry and make up. Somehow, I doubted Conrad and Jeremiah had been crying and making up while I'd been upstairs. I wondered if I was forgiven too, for keeping a secret from Jeremiah, for not taking his side, because it was true. We'd come here together as partners, a team, and when he needed me, I'd let him down. I lingered there by the stairs for a second, unsure whether or not to go over, and then Jeremiah looked up at me, and I knew I was. Forgiven, that is. He smiled, a real Jeremiah smile, was the kind that could melt ice cream. I smiled back, grateful as anything. I was just about to come get you, he said. We're having a party. There was a pizza box on the coffee table. A pizza party? I asked. Susanna used to have pizza parties for us kids all the time. It was never just pizza for dinner. It was a pizza party. Except this time with beer and tequila. So this was it. Our last night. It would have felt a lot more real if Stephen had been there too. It would have felt complete. Us four together again. I ran into some people in town. They're gonna come over later and bring a keg. A keg? I repeated. Yeah, a keg. You know, of beer? Oh right, I said. A keg. Then I sat down on the ground and opened the pizza box. There was one slice left, and it was a small one. You guys are such pigs, I said, stuffing it into my mouth. Whoops, sorry, Jeremiah said. Then he went into the kitchen, and when he came back, he had 3 cups. He had one balanced on the crook of his elbow. He gave that one to me. Cheers, he said. He handed Conrad a cup too. I sniffed it suspiciously. It was light brown with a lime wedge floating on top. Smells strong, I said. That's because it's tequila, he sang. He lifted his cup in the air. To the last night. To the last night, we repeated. They both drank theirs in one shot. I took a teeny sip of mine, and it wasn't too bad. I never had tequila before. I drank the rest quickly. This is pretty good, I said. Not strong at all. Jeremiah burst out laughing. That's because yours is 95% water. Conrad laughed too, and I glared at them both. That's not fair, I said. I want to drink what you guys are drinking. Sorry, but we don't serve minors here, Jeremiah said, falling next to me on the floor. I punched him on the shoulder. You're a minor too, dummy. We all are. Yeah, but you're really a minor, he said. My mom would kill me. It was the first time any of us had mentioned Susanna. My eyes darted over to Conrad, but his face was blank. I let out a breath, and then I had an idea. The best idea ever. I jumped up and opened the doors on the TV console. I ran my fingers along the drawers of DVDs and home videos, all neatly labeled in Susanna's slanted cursive handwriting. I found what I was looking for. What are you doing? Jeremiah asked me. Just wait, I said, my back to them. I turned on the TV and popped in the video. On the screen, there was Conrad, age 12, with braces and bad skin. He was lying on a beach blanket, scowling. He wouldn't let anyone take a picture of him that summer. Mr. Fisher was behind the camera, as always, saying, "Come on, say Happy 4th of July, Connie." Jeremiah and I looked at each other and burst out laughing. Conrad glared at us. He made a move for the remote, but Jeremiah got to it first. He held it above his head, laughing breathlessly. The two of them started wrestling around, and then they stopped. The camera had focused in on Susanna, wearing her big beach hat and long white shirt over her bathing suit. Suze, honey, how do you feel today on our nation's birthday? She rolled her eyes. Give it a rest, Adam. Go videotape the kids. And then, from under her hat, she smiled. That slow, deep down smile. It was the smile of a woman who really and truly loved the person holding the video camera. Conrad stopped fighting for the remote and he watched for a moment. And then he said, "Turn it off." Jeremiah said, "Come on, man, let's just watch." Conrad didn't say anything, but he didn't stop watching either. And then the camera was on me, and Jeremiah was laughing again. Conrad too. This is what I was waiting for. I knew it would get a laugh. Me, wearing huge glasses and a rainbow striped tankini, my round stomach popping over the bottoms like a 4-year-old's. I was screaming at the top of my lungs, running away from Stephen and Jeremiah. They were chasing me with what they claimed was a jellyfish, but what I later found out was a clump of seaweed. Jeremiah's hair was white blonde in the sunlight, and he looked exactly the way I remembered. "Bells, you look like a beach ball," he said, gasping with laughter. I laughed too, a little. "Watch it," I said. That summer was really great. All our summers here were really great. Great didn't even begin to describe them. Silently, Conrad got up, and then he came back with tequila. He poured up us each some, and this time mine wasn't watered down. We all took a shot together, and when I gulped mine down, it burned so bad tears streamed down my face. Conrad and Jeremiah started cracking up again. "Suck on the lime," Conrad told me, so I did. Soon I felt warm and lazy and great. I lay down on the floor with my hair fanned out, and I stared up at the ceiling and watched the fan turn round and round. When Conrad got up and went to the bathroom, Jeremiah rolled over to his side. "Hey, Belly," he said. Truth or dare? I remember this now. Oh gosh. "Don't be dumb," I said. "Oh, come on, play with me, Bells, please." I rolled my eyes and sat up. Dare. His eyes had that trickster glint. I hadn't seen that look in his eyes since before Susanna got sick again. "I dare you to kiss me. Old school style. I've learned a lot since the last time." I laughed. Whatever I had been expecting him to say, it hadn't been that. Jeremiah tilted his face up at me, and I laughed again. I leaned forward, pulled his chin toward me, and kissed him on the cheek with a loud smack. "Aw, man," he protested. "That's not a real kiss." "You didn't specify," I said, and my face felt hot. "Come on, Bells," he said. "That's not how we kissed that other time." Conrad came back into the room then, wiping his hands on his jeans. He said, "What are you talking about, Jer? Don't you have a girlfriend?" I looked at Jeremiah, whose cheeks were flaming. "You have a girlfriend?" I heard the accusation in my voice, and I hated it. It wasn't like Jeremiah owed me anything. It wasn't like he belonged to me. But he always let me feel like he did. All this time together, and he never once mentioned that he had a girlfriend. I couldn't believe it. I guessed I wasn't the only one keeping secrets, and the thought made me sad. We broke up. She's going to school at Tulane, and I'm staying around here. We decided there's no point in staying together. He glared at Conrad and then glanced back at me. And we've always been off and on. She's crazy. I hated the idea of him with some crazy girl. Some girl who he liked enough to go back to over and over. "Well, what's her name?" I asked. He hesitated. "Mara," he said at last. The alcohol in me gave me the courage to say, "Do you love her?" This time he didn't hesitate. "No," he said. I picked at a pizza crust and said, "Okay, my turn. Conrad, truth or dare?" He was lying on the couch, face down. "Never said I was playing." "Chicken," Jeremiah and I said together. "Jinx," we said at the same time. "You guys are 2-year-olds, Conrad muttered. Jeremiah got up and started doing his chicken dance. "Truth or dare," I repeated. Conrad groaned. "Truth." I was so pleased Conrad was playing with us. I couldn't think of anything good to ask. I mean, there was 1,000,001 things I wanted to ask him. I wanted to ask him what had happened to us, if he'd ever liked me, if any of it had been real, but I couldn't ask those things, even though my tequila haze, I knew that much. Instead, I asked, "Remember that summer you liked that girl who worked at the boardwalk, Angie?" "No," he said, but I knew he was lying. "What about her? Did you ever hook up with her?" Conrad finally lifted his head up off the couch. "No," he said. "I don't believe you. I tried, once, but she socked me in the head and said she wasn't that kind of girl. I think she was a Jehovah's Witness or something. Jeremiah and I busted up laughing. Jeremiah was laughing so hard he doubled over and fell to his knees. "Oh man," he gasped. "That's awesome." And it was. I knew it was only because he had about a case of beer, but Conrad loosening up, telling us things, it felt awesome, like a miracle. Conrad propped himself up on his elbow. "Okay, my turn." He was looking at me like we were the only two people in the room, and suddenly I was terrified and elated, but then I looked over at Jeremiah watching the two of us, and just as suddenly, I was neither. Solemnly, I said, "Nuh-uh, you can't ask me, because I just asked you. It's the law." "The law?" he repeated. "Yeah," I said, leaning my head against the couch. "Aren't you at least curious about what I was going to ask?" "Nope, not even one iota," which was a lie. Of course I was curious. I was dying to know. I reached over and poured some more tequila into my cup, and then I stood up, my knees shaking. I felt lightheaded. "To our last night." "We already toasted to that, remember?" Jeremiah said. I stuck my tongue out at him. "Okay then." The tequila made me feel brave again. This time, it let me say what I really wanted to say, what I'd been thinking all night. Here's to everybody that isn't here tonight. To my mom, and to Steven, and to Susanna most of all, okay? Conrad looked up at me. For a minute, I was afraid of what he would say. And then he lifted his cup up too, and so did Jeremiah. We all swigged from our cups together, and it burned like liquid fire. I coughed a little. When I sat down, I asked Jeremiah, "So who's coming to this party?" He shrugged. "Some kids from the country club pool from last summer. They're telling people too. Oh, and Mikey and Pete, and those guys." I wondered who Mikey and Pete and those guys were. I also wondered if I should clean up before people came. "What time are people coming over?" I asked Jeremiah. He shrugged. 10? 11? I jumped up. "It's already almost 9. I have to get dressed." Conrad said, "Aren't you already dressed?" I didn't even bother to answer him. I just shot upstairs. Screaming. And that's what we missed. That's what we forgot last time. Now we're going to go on to chapter 30 in a second. And I'm grateful to have you watching, lurking, vibing in my stream. Thank you for being here. My name is Sky, or Invested Crybaby. Hello to Cody and Buttercup and Sweet Lombax Girl. Looks like summer's almost gone, right? I'm screaming. Wow, Jarrett, right, Dill? Crazy work. Hey, Gamer King, it's good to see you. And Alluring's here, and Dina's here. Hi, Dina on YouTube. And Jules. Hello, Jules. Thank you for joining me on both streams. I'm glad you love the reading streams. I don't know if you've ever seen The Summer I Turned Pretty or read the books, but I've never seen the show, and it's my first time reading the books. I'm pretty excited. It's been interesting. This is book number 2. It got so interesting you had to get popcorn. That's a slay. We do need some shout-outs, besties. If we could shout out Alluring, and then if you're watching on YouTube, you can click Jules Reacts channel. Hopefully, that's one of my great friends from Twitch, and they do some reaction videos on their YouTube channel over there, and it's so sweet. If you know Jules Gaming, you know Jules Reacts. I cry. Thank you. I'm doing well, Alluring. Alright, we're gonna go into chapter 30, friends. Thank you so much for being here. Get cozy, leave a tab open, and thank you for watching. I appreciate the support. We're gonna finish this book today, so stay tuned to see our reaction for the ending. I'm kind of nervous. I'm just a little bit nervous. Okay, here we go. Chapter 30. It's not summer without you. I had the contents of my duffel bag dumped on the floor when Taylor called, which was when I remembered that it was Saturday. It felt like I'd been gone much longer. Then I remembered that it was 4th of July, and I was supposed to be on a boat with Taylor and Davis and everyone. Gulp. "Hey Taylor," I said. "Hey, where are you?" Taylor didn't sound mad, which was kind of freaky. Still in Cousins. Sorry I didn't make it back in time for the boat party." From the pile of clothes, I picked out a chiffony one-shoulder blouse and tried it on. Whenever Taylor wore it, she wore it with her hair pulled to the side. It's been raining all day, so we canceled the boat party. Corey's having a party tonight at his brother's condo instead. What about you? I think we're having a party too. Jeremiah just bought a ton of beer and tequila and stuff, I said, adjusting the blouse. I wasn't sure how much shoulder I was supposed to be showing. A party? She squealed. I want to come. I tried to wiggle my foot into one of Taylor's platform sandals. I wish I hadn't mentioned the party, or the tequila. Lately, Taylor was crazy for tequila body shots. What about Corey's party? I said. I heard his brother's condo has a jacuzzi. You love jacuzzis. Oh yeah, darn. But I want to party with you guys too. Beach parties are the funnest, she said. Anyway, I heard from Rachel Spiro that a bunch of freshman sluts are coming now. I can't believe they had me say that. It might not even be worth it to go. Oh my gosh, maybe I should just get in my car and drive to Cousins. By the time you got here, everyone would be gone. You should probably just go to Corey's. I heard a car pull into the driveway. People were already here, so it wasn't like I was lying to her. I was about to tell Taylor I had to go, but then she said in a little voice, "Do you, not want me to come?" I didn't say that, I said. You basically did. Taylor, I began, but I didn't know what to say next, because she was right. I didn't want her to come. If she came, it would be all about her, the way it always was. This was my last night in Cousins, in this house. I was never going to be inside this house again, ever. I wanted tonight to be about me and Conrad and Jeremiah. Taylor waited for me to say something, to deny it at least. But when I didn't, she spat out, "I can't even believe how selfish you are, Belly." Me? Yes, you. You keep your summer house and your summer boys all to yourself, and you don't want to share anything with me. We finally get to spend a whole summer together, and you don't even care. All you care about is being in Cousins with them. She sounded so spiteful, but instead of feeling guilty the way I normally would, I just felt annoyed. "Taylor," I said, "quit saying my name like that. Like how? Like I'm a child. Well, then maybe you shouldn't act like one just because you aren't invited somewhere." As soon as I said it, I regretted it. Screw you, Belly. I put up with a lot. You were a really crappy best friend, you know that? I let out a breath. "Taylor, shut up." She gasped. "Don't you dare tell me to shut up. I have been nothing but supportive of you, Belly. I listened to all your Conrad BS and I don't even complain. When you guys broke up, who was the one who spoon-fed you chunky monkey and got you out of bed? Me. And you don't even appreciate that. You're hardly even fun anymore." Sarcastically, I said, "Gee, Taylor, I'm so sorry I'm not fun anymore. Having someone you love die can do that. Don't do that. Don't just blame it on that. You've been chasing after Conrad for as long as I've known you. It's getting pathetic. Get over it. He doesn't like you. Maybe he never did." That was maybe the meanest thing she'd ever said to me. I think she might have apologized if I hadn't come back at her with the, "At least I didn't give away my virginity to a guy who shaves his legs." She gasped. In confidence, Taylor had once told me that Davis shaved his legs for swim team. She was silent for a moment, and then she said, "You better not wear my platforms tonight." Too late, I already am, and then I hung up. I couldn't believe her. Taylor was a crappy friend, not me. She was the selfish one. I was so angry. My hand shook when I put on my eyeliner, and I had to rub it off and start over again. I wore Taylor's blouse and her shoes, and I pulled my hair all to one side too. I did it because I knew it would piss her off. And then, last of all, I put on Conrad's necklace. I tuck it under my shirt, and then I went downstairs. Guys, she's so bold. She's so bold for the necklace. The girls are fighting, but bro, she did not have to put on Conrad's necklace. Oh my gosh, guys, that's not gonna go well. That's not gonna go well. Oh my gosh. I'm screaming. Anyways, that was crazy. I know. Hi, Rover. Hi, Ocean. It's good to see you. Welcome in. One chapter and we're in for it. It's always Taylor. It is. Taylor acting up. Belly said what she said. Screaming. I'm obsessed with this because it captures exactly how teenagers fight, right? Oh my gosh. She only ever heard about the movie of this because you think a Taylor Swift song was in it. I don't think there's a movie. It's just a show. I don't think there's a movie. But this is riveting. Hello to Mayor. It's good to see you. We're doing good. We're reading a story right now. We're going to finish the second book in the Samurai Turned Pretty series. I hope you're doing well too. Yeah, it's a show. It's a show and it's getting another season right now. So I think it has 3 seasons, 3 books, and I think it's being approved for a 4th season. I don't think there's a 4th book though. I don't think there's any book coming out like after the 3. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, dang, I can't believe she put on this necklace. I can't believe she put on this necklace. I'm very scared that that's gonna just like cause her like even more trouble that's not Taylor related at all. I can't believe she put on this necklace, God. This is so bad. Alright, chapter 31. Belly's wildin'. Belly's low-key wildin'. Also, I'm sending you hugs, Mayor. I'm sorry that you're sad. You're gonna have a great school year though. It's gonna be fun. Don't worry. Alright, Kenzie, I'll be playing Dress to Impress tomorrow, bestie. I'll see you tomorrow for Dress to Impress, okay? Chapter 31, It's Not Summer Without You. Welcome, I said to a boy in a Led Zeppelin t-shirt. Nice boots, I said to a girl with cowboy boots on. I made my way around the room, passing out drinks and throwing away empty cans. Conrad watched me with his arms crossed. What are you doing? He asked me. I'm trying to make everyone feel at home, I explained, adjusting Taylor's top. Susanna was an excellent hostess. She had a talent for making people feel welcome, wanted. Taylor's words were still hanging around the back of my head. I wasn't selfish. I was a good friend, a good hostess. I'd show her. When Travis from Video World put his feet up on the coffee table and almost knocked over a hurricane vase, I barked, "Careful, and take your feet off the furniture." As an afterthought, I added, "Please." I was about to go back into the kitchen for more drinks when I saw her. The girl from last summer, Nicole, the one Conrad liked, was standing in the kitchen talking to Jeremiah. She didn't have her red socks hat on, but I'd recognize her perfume anywhere. It smelled like vanilla extract and decomposing roses. Conrad must have seen her at the same time that I did, because he sucked in his breath and muttered, "Did you break her heart?" I asked him. I tried to not sound teasing and carefree. I must have succeeded, because he took me by the hand and grabbed the bottle of tequila and said, "Let's get out of here." This is not good. I followed him like I was in a trance, sleepwalking, because it was like a dream. His hand in mine. We were almost home free when Jeremiah saw us. My heart just sank. He motioned us over and called out, "Guys, come say hi." Conrad let go of my hand, but not the tequila. "Hey, Nicole," he said, starting toward her. I grabbed a couple of beers and followed him over. "Oh, hey, Conrad," Nicole said, all surprised, like she hadn't been watching the whole time we'd been in the kitchen. She got on her tiptoes and hugged him. Jeremiah caught my eye and raised his eyebrows comically. He grinned at me. "Belly, you remember Nicole, right?" I said, "Of course." I smiled at her. Perfect hostess, I reminded myself. Unselfish. Warily, she smiled back at me. I handed her one of the beers I was holding. "Cheers," I said, opening mine. "Cheers," she echoed. We clinked cans and drank. I drank mine fast. When I was done, I got another, and I drank that too. Suddenly, the house felt too quiet. So I turned on the stereo. I turned the music up loud and kicked off my shoes. Susanna always said it wasn't a party without dancing. I grabbed Jeremiah, threw one arm around his neck, and danced. "Belly," he protested. "Just dance, Jer," I yelled. So he did. He was a good dancer, that Jeremiah. Other people started dancing too, even Nicole. Not Conrad though, but I didn't care. I barely even noticed. I danced like it was 1999. I danced like my heart was breaking, which it kind of was. Mostly, I just swung my hair around a lot. I was pretty sweaty when I said, "Can we swim in the pool one last time?" Jeremiah said, "Screw that. Let's swim in the ocean." Yeah, it sounded like a great idea to me. A perfect idea. "No," Conrad said, coming out of nowhere. He was suddenly standing right beside me. "Belly's drunk. She shouldn't swim." I looked at him and frowned. "But I want to," I said. He laughed. "So what? Look, I'm a really good swimmer, and I'm not even drunk." I walked in a semi-straight line to prove my point. "Sorry," he said, "but you really are." Dumb, boring Conrad. He got so serious at the worst moments. "You're no fun." I looked over at Jeremiah, who's sitting on the floor now. He's no fun, and he's not the boss of us, right, everybody? Before Jeremiah or anybody else could answer me, I made a run for the sliding doors, and then I stumbled down the steps and sprinted onto the beach. It's giving Snooki. I felt like a flying comet, a streak in the sky, like I hadn't used my muscles in so long, and it felt great to stretch my legs and run. The house, all lit up, with people inside, felt a million miles away. I knew he'd come after me. I didn't have to turn around to know it was him, but I did anyway. "Come back to the house," Conrad said. He had the bottle of tequila in his hand. I grabbed it out of his hand and took a swig like I'd done it a million times before. Like it was the kind of girl who could drink right from the bottle. I was proud of myself for not spitting it back up. I took a step toward the water, smiling big at him. I was testing him. "Belly," he warned, "I'm telling you now, I'm not going to pull your dead body out of the ocean when you drown." I crossed my eyes at him, and then I dipped my toe in. The water was colder than I'd thought it'd be. Suddenly, swimming didn't sound like such a great idea. But I hated backing down to Conrad. I hated losing to him. "Are you gonna stop me?" He sighed and looked back toward the house. I continued, took another glug of tequila. Oh my gosh, Belly. Anything to make him pay attention. I mean, 'cause I am a stronger swimmer than you. I'm way, way faster. You probably couldn't catch me if you wanted to. He was looking at me again. "I'm not coming after you." "Really? You aren't?" I took a big step and then another. The water was up to my knees. It was low ride, and I was shivering. It was stupid, really. I didn't even want to swim anymore. I didn't know what I was doing. Far down on the other side of the beach, somebody shot off a firecracker. It sounded like a missile. It looked like a silver weeping willow. I watched it drop down into the ocean. And just when I started to feel disappointed, just when I resigned myself to the fact that he didn't care, he moved toward me. He heaved me up over his shoulder. I dropped the bottle right into the ocean. "Hello to Christina, my favorite color is pink. Thank you for being on YouTube." "Put me down," I screamed, pounding on his back. "Belly, you're drunk. Put me down right now." Hold on, sorry. It's crazy. Anyways, and for once, he actually listened. He dropped me right in the sand, right on my butt. Ow, that really hurt. It didn't hurt that bad, but I was mad, and more than that, I was embarrassed. I kicked sand at his back, and the wind kicked it right back at me. "Jerk," I yelled, sputtering and spitting out sand. Conrad shook his head and turned away from me. His jeans were wet. He was leaving. He was really leaving. I'd ruined everything again. When I stood up, I felt so dizzy, I almost fell right back down. "Wait," I said. My knees wobbled. I pushed my sandy hair out of my face and took a deep breath. I had to say it. I had to tell him. My last chance. He turned back around. His face was a closed door. "Just wait a second, please. I need to tell you something. I'm really sorry for the way I acted that day." My voice was high and desperate, and I was crying. And I hated that I was crying, but I couldn't help it. I had to keep talking, because this was it. Last chance. At the funeral, I was awful to you. I was horrible, and I'm so ashamed of how I acted. It wasn't how I wanted things to go. Not at all. I really, really wanted to be there for you. That's why I came to find you. Conrad blinked once and then again. "It's fine." I wiped my cheeks and my runny nose. I said, "Do you mean it? You forgive me?" "Yes," he said. "I forgive you. Now stop crying, all right?" I stepped toward him, closer and closer still, and he didn't back away. We were close enough to kiss. I was holding my breath, wanting so badly for things to be like before. I took one step closer, and that's when he said, "Let's go back, okay?" Conrad didn't wait for me to answer him. He just started walking away, and I followed. I felt like I was going to be sick. Just like that, the moment was over. It was an almost moment, where almost anything could have happened, but he had made it be over. Back at the house, people were swimming in the pool in their clothes. A few girls were waving sparklers around. Clay, our neighbor, was floating along the edge of the pool in one of his wife beaters. He grabbed my ankles. "Come on, Belly, swim with me," he said. "Let go," I said, kicking him off and splashing his face in the process. I pushed my way through all the people on the deck and made my way back into the house. I accidentally stepped on some girl's foot and she screamed. Sorry, I said, and my voice came out sounding far away. I was so dizzy, I just wanted my bed. I crawled up the stairs with my hands, like a crab, the way I used to when I was a little kid. I fell into bed, and it was just like they say in the movies. The room was spinning. The bed was spinning. And then I remembered all the stupid stuff I said, and I started to cry. I made a real fool of myself out on that beach. It was devastating. All of it, Susanna gone, the thought of this house not being ours anymore, me giving Conrad the chance to reject me one more time. Taylor was right. I was a masochist. I lay on my side and hugged my knees to my chest and wept. Everything was wrong, and most of all me. Suddenly, I just wanted my mother. I reached across the bed for the phone on my nightstand. The numbers lit up in the darkness. My mother picked up on the 4th ring. Her voice was drowsy and familiar in a way that made me cry harder. More than anything in the world, I wanted to reach inside the phone and bring her here. Mommy, I said. My voice came out a croak. Belly, what's wrong? Where are you? I'm at Susanna's, at the summer house. What? What are you doing at the summer house? Mr. Fisher's gonna sell it. He's gonna sell it, and Conrad is so sad, and Mr. Fisher doesn't even care. He just wants to get rid of it. He wants to get rid of her. Belly, slow down. I can't hear what you're saying. Just come, okay? Just come. Please come and fix it. Damn. And then I hung up, because suddenly the phone felt very heavy in my hand. I felt like I was going on a merry-go-round, and not in a good way. Somebody was setting off fireworks outside, and it felt like my head was pounding right along with them. Then I closed my eyes, and it was worse. But my eyelids felt heavy, too. And soon, I was asleep. Damn, guys. No, she called her mom. We are so screwed. We are so screwed. I'm surprised you didn't find her necklace. I'm really glad that her necklace is still like an impending doom, because I feel like it's better than it actually like becoming a problem. Other than that, she called her mom. She's gonna be in so much trouble. But maybe she'll save the house. Who knows? Maybe her mom will save the house. This is not good. None of this is good. Chapter 32. It's not summer without you. Jeremiah writing. Pretty soon after Belly went up to bed, I cleared everybody out, and it was just Conrad and me. He was laying face down on the couch. He'd been lying there since he and Belly came back from the beach. They were both wet and sandy. Belly was wasted, and she'd been crying. I could tell. Her eyes were red. Conrad's fault, no doubt about that. People had tracked sand inside, and it was all over the floor. There were bottles and cans everywhere, and somebody had sat on the couch in a wet towel, and on the cushion had a big orange spot. I flipped it over. The house is a wreck, I said, falling onto the lazy boy. Dad will freak out if he sees it like this tomorrow. Conrad didn't open his eyes. Whatever, we'll clean it in the morning. I stared at him, just feeling pissed. I was sick of cleaning up his messes. It's gonna take us hours. Then he opened his eyes. You're the one who invited everyone over. He had a point. The party had been my idea. It wasn't the mess I was pissed about. It was Belly. Him and her together. It made me sick. Your jeans are wet, I said. You're getting sand all over the couch. Conrad sat up, rubbed his eyes. What's your problem? I couldn't take it anymore. I started to get up, but then I sat back down. What the hell happened outside with you guys? Nothing. What does that mean? Nothing. Nothing means nothing. Just leave it, Jared. I hated it when he got like that. All stoic and detached. Especially when I was mad. He'd always been like that. But it was more and more these days. When her mom died, he changed. Conrad didn't give any care about anything or anyone anymore. I wondered if that included Belly. I had to know about him and her, how he really felt, what he was going to do about it. It was the not knowing that killed a guy. So I asked him flat out, do you still like her? He stared at me. I'd shocked the hell out of him. I could tell. We never talked about her before, not like this. It was probably a good thing that I caught him off guard. Maybe he'd tell the truth. If he said yes, it was over. If he said yes, I'd give her up. I could live with that. If it were anyone but Conrad, I'd try it anyway. I had given it one last shot. Instead of answering the question, he said, "Do you?" I could feel myself turn red. I'm not the one who took her to the freaking prom. Conrad thought that over and then said, "I only took her because she asked me to." Con, do you like her or not, man? I hesitated for about 2 seconds and then I just went for it. Because I do. I like her. I really like her. Do you? He didn't blink. Didn't even hesitate. No. It really pissed me off. He was full of... He liked her. He more than liked her. But he couldn't admit it. Wouldn't man up. Conrad would never be that guy. The kind of guy Belly needed. Someone who would be there for her. Someone who she could count on. If she let me, I could be that guy. Oh gosh. I was pissed at him. But I had to admit that I was relieved too. No matter how many times he hurt her, I knew that if he wanted her back, she was his. She always had been. But maybe now that Conrad wasn't standing in the way, she'd see me there too. Damn. Why doesn't he give it up? I'm sorry. Like, you know that TikTok audio where it's like, oh, I'm gonna cuss. Cover your ears. It's like, fuck it, guess we both ain't shit. Like, that's Belly and Conrad. They're both ain't shit. They both ain't it. So why is Jeremiah trying to like always get himself in it? Like, you're not meant to be in that. Like, they're both not it, and you should just stay out of it and find someone good, because like clearly you know that they don't, like, they're determined to be together. Like, the soulmates, I guess, even if you don't like it, soulmates. And like, he's over here like, maybe she'll notice me now, maybe she'll notice me now. And it's just like Chuck and Blair and Dan all over again, and I'm not here for it. And I'm not here for it, because we all knew Dan was right for Blair, but she went with Chuck because that was her man. And just like Belly, Conrad, and Jeremiah, Conrad's her man, guys. God, I can't stand this place. God, I'm so tired. Alright. Chapter 33. July 5th. The day after. It's not summer without you. Belly. I tried to roll over, and then I heard it again, louder. Belly. Someone was shaking me awake. I opened my eyes. It was my mother. She had dark circles around her eyes, and her mouth had all but disappeared into a thin line. She was wearing her house sweats, the ones she never left the house in, not even to go to the gym. What in the world was she doing at the summer house? There was a beeping sound that at first I thought was my alarm clock, but then I realized that I had knocked the phone over, and it was the busy signal I was hearing. And then I remembered. I drunk dialed my mother. I brought her here. I sat up, my head pounding so hard it felt like my heart was hammering inside it. So this was what a hangover feels like. I'd left my contacts in and my eyes were burning. There was sand all over the bed and some was stuck on my feet. My mother stood up. She was one big blur. You have 5 minutes to pack up your stuff. Wait, what? We're leaving. But I can't leave yet. I still have to. It was like she couldn't hear me, like I was on mute. She started picking up my things up off the floor, throwing Taylor's sandals and shorts into my overnight bag. Mom, stop. Just stop for a minute. We're leaving in 5 minutes, she repeated, looking around the room. Just listen to me for a second. I had to come. Jeremiah and Conrad needed me. The look on my mother's face made me stop short. I'd never seen her angry like this before. And you didn't feel the need to tell me about it? Beck asked me to look after her boys. How can I do that when I don't even know they need my help? If they were in trouble, you should have told me. Instead, you chose to lie to me. You lied. I didn't want to lie to you, I started to say. She kept on going. You've been here doing God knows what. I stared at her. I couldn't believe she'd just said that. What does that mean, God knows what? My mother rolled around, her eyes all wild. What am I supposed to think? You snuck out here with Conrad before, and you spent the night. So you tell me, what are you doing here with him? Because it looks to me like you lied to me so you can come here and get drunk and fool around with your boyfriend. I hated her. I hated her so much. He's not my boyfriend. You don't know anything. The vein in my mother's forehead was pulsing. You call me at 4 a.m, drunk. I call your cell phone and it goes straight to voicemail. I call the house phone and all I get is a busy signal. I drive all night, worried out of my mind, and I get here and the house is a wreck. Beer cans everywhere, trash all over the place. What the hell do you think you're doing, Isabel? Or do you even know? The walls in the house were really thin. Everyone could probably hear everything. I said, we're going to clean it up. This was our last night here. Don't you get it? Mr. Fisher is selling the house. Don't you care? She shook her head, her jaw tight. Do you really think you've helped matters by meddling? This isn't our business. How many times do I have to explain that to you? It is so our business. Susanna would have wanted us to save this house. Don't talk to me about what Susanna would have wanted, my mother snapped. Now put your clothes on and get your things. We're leaving. No, I pulled the covers up to my shoulders. What? I said no, I'm not going. I stared up at my mother as defiantly as I could, but I could feel my chin trembling. She marched over to the bed and ripped the sheets right off me. She grabbed my arm, pulled me out of the bed toward the door, and I twisted away from her. You can't make me go, I sobbed. You can't tell me anything. You don't have the right. My tears did not move my mother. They only made her angrier. She said, you're acting like a spoiled brat. Can't you look beyond your own grief and think about someone else? It's not all about you. We all lost Beck. Feeling sorry for yourself isn't helping anything. Her words stung me so badly, I wanted to hurt her back 1,000,000 times worse. So I said the thing I knew would hurt her most. I said, I wish Susanna was my mother and not you. Guys, I told you this is bad. Oh no. How many times had I thought it, wished for it secretly? When I was little, Susanna was the one I ran to, not her. I used to wonder what it would be like to have a mom like Susanna who loved me for me and wasn't disappointed in all the ways that I didn't measure up. I was breathing hard as I waited for my mother to respond, to cry, to scream at me. She didn't do either of those things. Instead, she said, how unfortunate for you. Even when I tried my hardest, I couldn't get the reaction I wanted from my mother. She was impenetrable. How unfortunate for you. I said, Susanna will never forgive you for this. You know, for losing her house, for letting down her boys. My mother's hand reached out and struck my cheek so hard, I rocked back. I didn't see it coming. I clutched my face and right away I cried. But part of me was satisfied. I finally got what I wanted. Proof that she could feel something. Her face was white. She had never hit me before. Not ever, never ever, not in my whole life. I waited for her to say she was sorry. To say she didn't mean to hurt me. She didn't mean the things she said. If she said those things, then I would say them too, because I was sorry. I didn't mean the things I said. When she didn't speak, I backed away from her, and then around her, holding my face. Then I ran out of the room, stumbling over my feet. Jeremiah was standing in the hallway, looking at me with his mouth open. He looked at me like he didn't recognize me, like he didn't know who this person was, the girl who screamed at her mother and said terrible things. Wait, he said, reaching out to stop me. I pushed past him and moved down the stairs. In the living room, Conrad was picking up beer bottles and tossing them into a blue recycling bag. He didn't look at me. I knew he'd heard everything too. I ran out the back door, and then I almost tripped going down the stairs that headed down to the beach. I sank to the ground and sat in the sand, holding my burning cheek in the palm of my hand, and then I threw up. I heard Jeremiah coming up behind me. I knew it was him right away, because Conrad would know not to follow me. I just want to be alone, I said, wiping my mouth. I didn't turn around. I didn't want him to see my face. Belly, he started. He sat down next to me and kicked sand over my throat. When he didn't say anything more, I looked at him. What? He bit his upper lip, then he reached out and touched my cheek. His fingers felt warm. He looked so sad. He said, you should just go with your mom. Whatever I had been expecting him to say, it hadn't been that. I'd come all this way, and I'd gotten in so much trouble, just so I could help him and Conrad, and now he wanted me to leave? Tears welled up in the corners of my eyes, and I wiped them away with the back of my hands. Why? Because Laurel's really upset. Everything's gone to crap, and it's my fault. I never should have asked you to come. I'm sorry. I'm not leaving. Pretty soon we'll all have to. And that's it? He shrugged. Yeah, I guess it is. We sat in the sand for a while. I had never felt more lost. I cried a little more, and Jeremiah didn't say anything, which I was grateful for. There was nothing worse than your friend watching you cry after you got in trouble with your mother. When I was done, he stood up and gave me his hand. Come on, he said, pulling me to my feet. We went back inside the house. Conrad was gone, and the living room was clean. My mother was mopping the kitchen floor. When she saw me, she stopped. She put the mop back into the bucket and leaned it against the wall. Right in front of Jeremiah, she said, "I'm sorry." I looked at him, and he backed out of the kitchen and went up the stairs. I almost stopped him. I didn't want to be alone with her. I was afraid. She continued, "You're right. I've been absent. I've been so consumed with my own grief, I haven't reached out to you. I'm sorry for that." "Mom," I started to say. I was about to tell her I was sorry too, for saying that thing before, that awful thing I wish I could take back. But she lifted her hand up and stopped me. "I'm just off balance. Ever since Beck died, I can't seem to find my equilibrium." She rested her head against the wall. "I've been coming here with Beck since I was younger than you are now. I love this house. You know that." "I know," I said. I didn't mean it, what I said before. My mother nodded. "Let's sit down a minute, all right?" She sat down at the kitchen table, and I took a seat across from her. "I shouldn't have hit you," she said, and her voice broke. "I'm sorry." "You never did that before." "I know." My mother reached across the table and took my hands in hers, tight as a cocoon. At first I felt stiff, but then I let her comfort me, because I could see it was a comfort for her too. We sat like that for a while, for what felt like a long time. And she let go. She said, "You lied to me, Belly. You never lied to me." I didn't mean to, but Conrad and Jeremiah are important to me. They needed me, so I went. I wish you would have told me. Beck's boys are important to me too. If something's going on, I want to know about it, okay? I nodded. Then she said, "Are you all packed? I want to be Sunday traffic on the way back." I stared at her. "Mom, we can't just leave. Not with everything that's happening. You can't let Mr. Fisher sell the house. You just can't." She sighed. "I don't know that I can say anything to change his mind, Belly. Adam and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. I can't stop him selling the house if that's what he's set on." "You can. I know you can. He'll listen to you. Conrad and Jeremiah, they need this house. They need it." I set my head down on the table, and the wood was cool and smooth against my cheek. My mother touched the top of my head, running her hand through my tangled hair. "I'll call him," she said at last. "Now get upstairs and take a shower." Hopefully, I looked up at her and I saw the firm set on her mouth and the narrow of her eyes. I knew it wasn't over yet. If anybody could make things right, it was my mother. Damn, guys. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for watching. Oh, you're melting, Logan. It's super hot for you. Enjoy your shower. Dang, this was crazy. Oh no. I don't know. Do you think she's gonna be able to save the house? Thank you for the water redeem gel. My idea is like, why doesn't she just buy it? I mean, Belly's a crazy name for a child. It's her nickname, Sade. Her real name is Isabel, and they call her Belly. I feel like she should buy the house. That would be funny if she bought it. I don't know, but I believe if anyone can, she can, right? I feel like our fate is in her hands. Also, I knew that was coming. As soon as she called her mom, I knew that was coming. That's why I was like, she called her mom, guys. We are so screwed. I'm glad that they didn't like leave within 5 minutes though. I feel like they would have if like she didn't put up her fight, you know? You clocked it. Yeah, I know this story. I've seen this movie before. All right, chapter 34. It's not summer without you, Jeremiah. There was this time, I think I was 13 and Belly was 11. I was about to turn 12. She caught a summer cold and she was miserable. She was camped out on the couch with balled up tissues all around her, and she'd been wearing those same ratty pajamas for days. Because she was sick, she got to pick whatever TV show she wanted to watch. The only thing she would eat were grape popsicles, and when I reached for one, my mother said that Belly should have it, even though she'd already had 3. I got stuck with the yellow one. It was the afternoon, and Conrad and Steven had hitchhiked to the arcade, which I wasn't supposed to know about. The moms said they were riding their bikes to the tackle shop for more rubber worms. I was going to go boarding with Clay, and I had my swim trunks on and a towel around my neck when I ran into my mom in the kitchen. "What are you up to, Jer?" she asked. I made a hang 10 sign. "I'm going to go boarding with Clay. See ya." I was about to push the sliding door open when she said, "You know what?" Suspiciously, I asked what. "It might be nice if you stayed inside today and cheered up Belly. Poor thing could use some cheering up." "Aw, Mom. Please, Jeremiah." I sighed. I didn't want to stay home and cheer up Belly. I wanted to go boarding with Clay. When I didn't say anything, she added, "We can grill out tonight. I'll let you be in charge of the burgers." I sighed again, louder this time. My mom still thought that letting me fire up the grill and flip hamburgers was a big treat for me. Not that it wasn't fun, but still. I opened my mouth to say no thanks, but then I saw the fond, happy look on her face, the way she just knew I would say yes, so I did. "Fine," I said. I went back upstairs and changed out of my swim trunks, and then I joined Belly in the TV room. I sat as far away from her as I could. The last thing I needed was to catch her cold and be sidelined for a week. "Why are you still here?" she asked, blowing her nose. "It's too hot outside," I said. "Want to watch a movie?" "It's not that hot outside." "How would you know if you haven't been out there?" She narrowed her eyes. "Did your mom make you stay inside with me?" "No," I said. "Huh." Belly grabbed the remote and changed the channel. "I know you're lying." "I'm not." Blowing her nose loudly, she said, "ESP, remember?" "That's not real. Can I have the remote?" She shook her head and held the remote to her chest protectively. "No, my germs are all over it. Sorry. Is there any more toast bread?" Toast bread was what we called the bread my mom bought at the farmer's market. It came sliced, and it was white and thick and a little bit sweet. I had had the last 3 slices of toast bread that morning. I'd slathered it with butter and blackberry jam, and I'd eaten it really fast before anyone else got up. With 4 kids and 2 adults, bread went really fast. It was every man for himself. "No more toast bread left," I said. "Conrad and Stephen are such pigs," she said, sniffling. Guiltily, I said, "I thought all you wanted to eat was grape popsicles." She shrugged. "When I woke up this morning, I wanted toast bread. I think maybe I'm getting better." She didn't look any better to me. Her eyes were swollen and her skin was looking grayish, and I don't think she'd washed her hair in days because it was all stringy and matted looking. "Maybe you should take a shower," I said. "My mom says you always feel better after you take a shower." "Are you saying I smell?" No. I looked out the window and it was a clear day, no clouds. I bet Clay was having a blast. I bet Stephen and Conrad were too. Conrad had emptied out his old 1st grade piggy bank and found a ton of quarters. I bet they'd been at the arcade all afternoon. I wondered how long Clay was going to be outside. I might be able to catch him in a few hours. It'd still be light out. I guess Belly caught me staring out the window because she said in a really snotty voice, "Just go if you want to." I said I didn't. I snapped. Then I took a breath. My mom wouldn't like it if I made Belly upset when she was sick like this. She really did look lonely. I kind of felt sorry for her, being stuck inside all day. Summer cold sucked more than anything. So I said, "Do you want me to teach you how to play poker?" "You don't know how to play," she scoffed. "Conrad beats you every time." "Fine," I said. I stood up. I didn't feel sorry for her. "Never mind," she said. "You can teach me." I sat back down. "Pass the cards," I said gruffly. I could tell Belly felt bad because she said, "You shouldn't sit too close. You'll get sick too." "That's okay," I said. "I never get sick." "Neither does Conrad," she said, and I rolled my eyes. Belly worshipped Conrad, just like Stephen did. "Conrad does get sick. He gets sick all the time in the winter. He has a weak immune system," I told her, although I didn't know if that was true or not. She shrugged, but I could tell she didn't believe me. She handed me the cards. "Just deal," she said. We played poker all afternoon, and it was actually pretty fun. I got sick 2 days later, but I didn't mind that much. Belly stayed home with me, and we played more poker, and we watched The Simpsons a lot. Guys, another Jeremiah one. Dude, that was kind of like boring. I'm like, no. Just a flashback of them like becoming like friends, like close. Like, Jeremiah, please. Please, Jeremiah. Let me skip through this. Alright, chapter 35. It's not summer without you. Jeremiah again. As soon as I heard Belly coming up the stairs, I met her in the hallway. So, what's going on? My mom's calling your dad, she said gravely. She is? Wow. Yeah, so don't like give up already. It's not over yet. And then she gave me one of her wrinkly nose smiles. I clapped her on the back and practically sprinted down the stairs. There was Laurel, wiping down the counter. When she saw me, she said, "Your father's coming over for breakfast." Here? Laurel nodded. Will you go to the store and get some things that he likes? Eggs and bacon, muffin mix, and those big grapefruits. Laurel hated to cook. She had definitely never made my dad a lumberjack breakfast. Why are you cooking for him? I asked. Because he's a child, and children are cranky when they haven't been fed, she said in that dry way of hers. Out of nowhere, I said, sometimes I hate him. She hesitated before saying, sometimes I do too. And then I waited for her to say, but he's your father, the way your mom used to. Laurel didn't though. Laurel was no BS. She didn't say things she didn't mean. All she said was, now get going. I got up and gave her a bear hug, and she was stiff in my arms. I lifted her up in the air a little, the way I used to with my mom. Thanks, Laura, I said. Really, thanks. I'd do anything for you boys, you know that? How did you know to come? Belly called me. She narrowed her eyes at me. Drunk. Oh man, Lore. Don't you lure me. How could you let her drink? I count on you, Jeremiah. You know that. Now I felt awful too. The last thing I wanted was for Belly to get in trouble. I really hated the thought of Laurel thinking badly of me. I'd always tried so hard to look out for Belly, unlike Conrad. If anyone had corrupted her, it was Conrad, not me. Even though I was the one who brought the tequila, not him. I said, I'm really sorry. It's just that with my dad selling the house, it being our last night, we got carried away. I swear, Laura, it'll never happen again. She rolled her eyes. It'll never happen again? Don't make promises you can't keep, hun. It'll never happen again on my watch, I told her. Pursing her lips, she said, we'll see. I was relieved that she gave me another grimace smile. Hurry up and get to the store, will you? Aye, aye, sir. I wanted her to smile for real. I knew that if I kept trying, kept joking, she would. She was easy that way. This time, she really did smile back. Alright. Chapter 36. It's not summer without you. My mother was right. The shower helped. I tilted my face toward the shower head and let the hot water wash over me, and it felt much, much better. After my shower, I came back downstairs a new woman. My mother was wearing lipstick, and she and Conrad were talking in low voices. They stopped talking when they saw me standing in the doorway. Much better, my mother said. Where's Jeremiah? I asked. Jeremiah went back to the store. He forgot the grapefruit, she said. The timer went off and my mother took muffins out of the oven with a dish towel. She accidentally touched the muffin tin with her bare hand and she yelped and dropped the tin on the floor, muffin side down. Damn. Conrad asked if she was okay before I could. I'm fine, she said, running cold water over her hand. Then she picked the tin back up and set it on the counter. On top of the towel, I sat down on one of the counter stools and watched my mother empty the muffin tin into a basket. Our little secret, she said. The muffins were supposed to cool a little while before you took them out of the tin, but I didn't tell her that. A few were smushed, but they mostly looked okay. Have a muffin, she said. I took one and it was burning hot and falling apart, but it was good. I ate it quickly. When I was done, my mother said, you and Conrad take the recycling out. Without a word, Conrad picked up two of the heavier bags and left me with the half-empty one. I followed him outside to the trash cans at the end of the driveway. Did you call her? He asked me. I guess I did. I waited for him to call me a baby, for calling my mommy, the second things got scary. He didn't. Instead, he said, thanks. I stared at him. Sometimes you surprise me, I said. He didn't look at me when he said, and you hardly ever surprise me. You're still the same. I glared at him. Thanks a lot. I dumped my garbage bag in the bin and shut the lid a little too hard. No, I waited for him to say something. And it seemed like he might have. but then Jeremiah's car came down the street. We both watched Jeremiah park and then bound out of the car with a plastic grocery bag. He strode up to us, his eyes bright. "Hey," he said to me, his bag squeaking. "Hey," I said. I couldn't even look him in the eye. It had all come back to me when I was in the shower, making Jeremiah dance with me, running away with Conrad, him picking me up and dropping me in the sand. How humiliating, how awful that they saw me behave that way. Then Jeremiah gave my hand a squeeze, and I looked up at him. He said thank you, so sweetly it hurt. The three of us walked back to the house. The police were singing Message in a Bottle, and the stereo was very loud. Right away, my head started pounding, and all I wanted was to go back to bed. "Can we turn down the music?" I asked, rubbing my temples. "Nope," my mother said, taking the bag from Jeremiah. She pulled out a big grapefruit and tossed it to Conrad. "Squeeze," she said, pointing at the juicer. The juicer was Mr. Fisher's, and it was a huge and complicated one of those Jack LaLanne's ones from the late night infomercials. Conrad snorted. "For him, I'm not squeezing this grapefruit." "Yes, you will." To me, my mother said, "Mr. Fisher's coming to breakfast." I squealed. I ran over to her and wrapped my arms around her waist. "It's just breakfast," she warned me. "Don't go getting your hopes up." But it was too late. I knew she'd change his mind. I knew it. And so did Jeremiah and Conrad. They believed in my mother, and so did I. Never more than when Conrad started cutting the grapefruit in half. My mother nodded at him like a drill sergeant. Then she said, "Jer, you set the table, and Belly, you do the eggs." I started cracking eggs into a bowl, and my mother fried bacon in Susanna's cast iron skillet. She left the bacon grease for me to fry the eggs in. I stirred the eggs around, and the smell of the eggs and the grease made me want to gag. I held my breath as I stirred, and my mother tried to hide a smile as she watched me. "Feeling okay, Belly?" she asked me. I nodded, my teeth clenched. "Ever planning on drinking again?" she asked me conversationally. I shook my head as hard as I could. Never, ever again. When Mr. Fisher arrived a half an hour later, we were ready for him. He walked in and looked at the table in amazement. "Wow," he said. "This looks great, Laura. Thank you." He gave her a meaningful look, the adult co-conspirational kind of look. My mother smiled, a Mona Lisa kind of smile. Mr. Fisher wasn't going to know what hit him. "Let's sit," she said. "Hi, Fizzy Pop, it's good to see you." We all sat down then. My mother sat next to Mr. Fisher and Jeremiah across from him. I sat next to Conrad. "Dig in," my mother said. I watched Mr. Fisher pile a mound of eggs on his plate and then 4 strips of bacon. He loved bacon, and he really loved it the way my mother made it. Incinerated, almost burned to a crisp. I passed on the bacon and the eggs and just took a muffin. My mother poured Mr. Fisher a tall glass of grapefruit juice, freshly squeezed, courtesy of your eldest, she said. He took it, a little suspiciously. I couldn't blame him. The only person who had ever squeezed juice for Mr. Fisher was Susanna. But Mr. Fisher rebounded quickly. He shoveled a fork of eggs into his mouth and said, "Listen, thanks again for coming to help, Laurel. I really appreciate it." He looked at his kids, smiling. These guys weren't too keen on listening to what I had to say. I'm glad to have a little backup. My mother smiled back at him just as pleasantly. "Oh, I'm not here to back you up, Adam. I'm here to back up Beck's boys." His smile faded. He put down his fork. "Lore, you can't sell this house, Adam. You know that. It means too much to the kids. It would be a mistake." My mother was calm, matter of fact. Mr. Fisher looked at Conrad and Jeremiah and then back at my mother. "I've already made up my mind, Laurel. Don't make me out to be the bad guy here." Taking a breath, my mother said, "I'm not making you out to be anything. I'm just trying to help you." Us kids sat absolutely still as we waited for Mr. Fisher to speak. He was struggling to stay calm, but his face was turning red. "I appreciate that, but I've made up my mind. The house is for sale. And frankly, Laurel, you don't get a vote in this. I'm sorry. You know Sue's always made you feel like this house was a part of yours, but it's not." I almost gasped. My eyes started back to my mother, and I saw that she too was turning red. "Oh, I know that," she said. "This house is pure Beck. It's always been Beck. This was her favorite place. That's why the boys should have it." Mr. Fisher stood up and pushed out his chair. I'm not going to argue about this with you, Laurel. Adam, sit down, my mother said. No, I don't think I will. My mother's eyes were almost glowing. I said, sit down, Adam. He gaped at her. We all did. Then she said, kids, get out. Conrad opened his mouth to argue, but he thought better of it, especially when he saw the look on my mother's face and his dad sit back down. As for me, I couldn't get out of there fast enough. We all hustled out of the kitchen and sat at the top of the stairs, straining to hear. We didn't have to wait long. Mr. Fisher said, what the hell, Laurel? Did you really think you could railroad me into changing my mind? Excuse me, but fuck you. I clapped my hand over my mouth and Conrad's eyes were shining and he was shaking his head in admiration. Jeremiah, though, he looked like he might cry. I reached out and grabbed his hand and gave it a squeeze. When he tried to pull away, I held on tighter. This house meant everything to Beck. Can't you get past your own grief and see what it means to the boys? They need this. They need this. I don't want to believe that you're this cruel, Adam. He didn't answer her. This house is hers. It's not yours. Don't make me stop you, Adam, because I will. I'll do everything in my power to keep this house for Beck's boys. Mr. Fisher said, what will you do, Laura? He sounded so tired. I'll do what I have to do. His voice was muffled when he said, she's everywhere here. She's everywhere. He might have been crying. I almost felt sorry for him. I guess my mother did too, because her voice was nearly gentle when she said, I know, but Adam? You were a sorry excuse for a husband. But she loved you. She really did. She took you back. I tried to talk her out of it. God knows I tried. But she wouldn't listen. Because when she sets her mind on someone, that's it. And she set her mind on you, Adam. Earn that. Prove me wrong. He said something I couldn't quite hear. And then my mother said, you do this one last thing for her, okay? I looked over at Conrad, and he said in a low voice, to no one in particular, Laurel is amazing. I'd never heard anyone describe my mom that way, especially not Conrad. I never thought of her as amazing, but in that moment, she was. She truly was. I said, yeah, she is. So was Susanna. He looked at me for a minute, and then he got up and went to his room without waiting to hear what else Mr. Fisher had to say. He didn't need to. My mother had won. She had done it. A little while later, when it seemed safe, Jeremiah and I went back downstairs. My mother and Mr. Fisher were drinking coffee the way grown-ups do. His eyes were red-rimmed, but hers were clear eyes of a victor. When he saw us, he said, where's Conrad? How many times I had heard Mr. Fisher say, where's Conrad? Hundreds. Millions. He's upstairs, Jeremiah said. Go get him, will you, Jer? Jeremiah hesitated, and then he looked over at my mom, who nodded. He bounded up the stairs, and a few minutes later, Conrad was with him. Conrad's face was guarded, cautious. I'll make you a deal, Mr. Fisher said. This was the old Mr. Fisher power broker, negotiator. He loved to make deals. He used to offer trades to us kids, like he'd drive us to go-kart track if we swept the sand out of the garage, or he'd take the boys fishing if they cleaned out the tackle boxes. Warily, Conrad said, what do you want, my trust fund? Mr. Fisher's jaw tightened. No, I want you back at school tomorrow. I want you to finish your exams. If you do that, the house is yours. Yours and Jeremiah's. Jeremiah whooped loudly. Yes, he shouted. He reached over and enveloped Mr. Fisher in a guy hug, and Mr. Fisher clapped him on the back. What's the catch? Conrad asked. No catch, but you have to make at least C's, no D's or F's. Mr. Fisher had always prided himself on driving the hard bargain. Do we have a deal? Conrad hesitated. I knew right away what was wrong. Conrad didn't want to owe his dad anything. Even though this is what he had wanted, even though that is why he had come here, he didn't want to take anything from his dad. I haven't studied, he said. I might not pass. He was testing him. Conrad had never not passed. He'd never gotten anything below a B, and even B's were rare. Then no deal, Mr. Fisher said. Those are the terms. Urgently, Jeremiah said, Con, just say yes, man. We'll help you study, won't we, Belly? Conrad looked at me, and I looked at my mother. Can I, Mom? My mother nodded. You can stay, but you have to be home tomorrow. Take the deal, I told Conrad. All right, he said at last. I shake on it like a man then, Mr. Fisher said, holding out his hand. Reluctantly, Conrad extended his arm and they shook. My mother caught my eye and she shouted, shake on it like a man. And she mouthed, shake on it like a man, and I knew she was thinking how sexist Mr. Fisher was. But it didn't matter. We had won. Thanks, Dad, Jeremiah said. Really, thanks. He hugged his dad again, and Mr. Fisher hugged him back, saying, I need to get back to the city. Then he nodded at me. Thanks for helping Conrad, Belly. I said you're welcome, but I didn't know what I was saying you're welcome for, because I hadn't really done anything. My mother helped Conrad more in half an hour than I had in all my time of knowing him. After Mr. Fisher left, my mother got up and started rinsing dishes. I joined her and loaded them into the dishwasher. I rested my head on her shoulder for a second. I said thank you. You're welcome. You're a real boss, Mom. Don't cuss, she said, the corners of her mouth turning up. You're one to talk. Then we washed the dishes in silence. My mother had that sad look on her face, and I knew she was thinking of Susanna. And I wished that there was something I could say to take that look away, but sometimes there just weren't words. The three of us walked her to the car. You boys will get her home tomorrow? She asked, throwing her bag onto the passenger seat. Definitely, Jeremiah said. Then Conrad said, Laurel. He hesitated. You're coming back, aren't you? My mother turned to him surprised. She was touched. You want an old lady like me around? She asked. Sure, I'll be back whenever you'll have me. When? He asked. He looked so young, so vulnerable. My heart ached a little. I guess my mother was feeling the same way, because she reached out and touched his cheek. My mother was not a cheek-touching kind of person. It just wasn't her way, but it was Susanna's. Before the summer's over, I'll come back to close the house up too. My mother got into the car then. She waved at us as she backed down the driveway, her sunglasses on, the window down. See you soon, she called out. Jeremiah waved and Conrad said, see you soon. My mother told me once that when Conrad was very young, he called her his Laura. Where's my Laura? He'd say, wandering around looking for her. She said he'd follow her everywhere. He'd even follow her into the bathroom. He called her his girlfriend, and he would bring her her sand crabs and seashells from the ocean, and he would lay them on her feet. When she told me about it, I thought what I wouldn't give to have Conrad Fisher call me his girlfriend and bring me shells. I'm sure he doesn't remember, she said, smiling faintly. Why don't you ask him if he does, I'd said. I loved hearing stories about when Conrad was little. I loved to tease him because the opportunity to tease Conrad came up so rarely. She said, no, that would embarrass him. And I said, so what? Isn't that the point? And she said, Conrad is sensitive. He has a lot of pride. Let's let him have that. The way she said that, I could tell that she really got him, understood him in a way that I didn't. And I was jealous of that, of both of them. What was I like? I'd ask. You were my baby. But what was I like? I persisted. You used to chase after the boys. It was so cute the way you'd follow them around, trying to impress them. My mother laughed. They used to get you to dance around and do tricks. Like a puppy, I frowned at the thought. She waved me off. Oh, you were fine. You just liked to be included. That was cute. I sobbed. Dang, that was cute. Like, their connection is precious. The mom, Laurel, and Conrad. But dang, guys. So they got the house back. How do you feel? Kirsty, thank you for joining us on YouTube, by the way. Appreciate you being over there. Thank you. Don't forget to drink some water, friends. Take care of yourselves while you're here. And thank you to my friends who are lurking and vibing. I appreciate it. So we got the house back. We got a little, like, glimpse of the dynamic between Laurel and Conrad, which is so precious. And you'd think that was the end of the story, but unfortunately it's not. And I'm kind of scared to see what the real story ending is going to be, because we're only on chapter 37 as of right now, and Jeremiah is going to be speaking, so this should be interesting. Oh man. Alright, well, let's see what happens next. Chapter 37. It's not summer without you, Jeremiah. The day Laurel came, the house was a wreck, and I was in my boxers ironing my white button down. I was already late for senior banquet, and I was in a foul mood. My mom had barely said 2 words all day, and even Nona couldn't get her to talk. I was supposed to pick up Mara, and she hated it when I was late. She'd get all pissy, and she'd sit and sulk for about as long as I'd made her wait. I had put down the iron for a second so I couldn't turn this shirt over, and I ended up burning the back of my arm. It really freaking hurt. That's when Laurel showed up. She walked through the front door and saw me standing in the living room in my boxers holding the back of my arm. Run some cold water over it, she told me. I ran to the kitchen and held my arm under the faucet for a few minutes, and when I came back, she had finished the shirt and gotten started on my khakis. Do you wear yours with the crease down the front? She asked me. Sure, I said. What are you doing here, Laurel? It's a Tuesday. Laurel usually came down on the weekends and stayed in the guest room. I just came to check on things, she said, running the iron down in the front of the pants. I had a free afternoon. My mom's asleep already, I told her. With the new medicine she's taking, she sleeps all the time. That's good, Laurel said. And what about you? Why are you getting all dressed up? I sat down on the couch and put my socks on. I got senior banquet tonight. Laurel handed me my shirt and pants. What time does it start? I glanced at the grandfather clock in the foyer. 10 minutes ago, I said, stepping into my pants. You'd better get going. Thanks for ironing my clothes. I was grabbing my keys when I heard my mom call my name from her bedroom. I turned toward her doorway and Laurel said, just go to your banquet, Jara. I've got it covered. I hesitated. Are you sure? 1,000%. Beat it. I sped all the way to Mara's house. She came out as soon as I pulled into her driveway. She was wearing that red dress I liked and she looked nice. And I was about to tell her so, but then she said, you're late. I shut my mouth. Mara didn't speak to me for the rest of the night, not even when we won Cutest Couple. She didn't feel like going to Patton's party afterward, and neither did I. The whole time we were out, I was thinking about my mom and feeling guilty for being gone so long. When we got to Mara's house, she didn't get out right away, which was her signal that she wanted to talk. I shut off the engine. So what's up? Are you still mad at me for being late, Mar? She looked pained. I just want to know if we're going to stay together. Can you just tell me what you want to do, and then we'll do it? Honestly, I can't really think about this kind of thing right now. I know, I'm sorry. But if I was going to have to say whether or not I think we'll be together when we're at school in the fall, long distance, I hesitated. And then I just said it. I'd probably say no. Mara started crying, and I felt like a real terrible person. I should have just lied. That's what I thought, she said. And then she kissed me on the cheek and ran out of the car and into her house. So that's how we broke up. If I'm going to be completely honest, I'll admit that it wasn't a relief not to have to think about Mara anymore. The only person I had room in my head for was my mom. When I got home, my mom and Laurel were still up playing cards and listening to music. For the first time in days, I heard my mom laugh. Laurel didn't leave the next day. She stayed all week. All the time, I didn't wonder about her job or all the other stuff she had going on at home. I was just grateful to have an adult around. Dang. Bye, Candy. Thank you for listening. Alright, we're going on to chapter 38, but I'm going to stretch really quickly, okay? Thank you for listening to me read. We're currently live on both Twitch and YouTube, so hopefully you'll like the live stream. I'll be back in just a second, and we'll be reading chapter 38. Chapter 38. Don't forget to stretch. hello! Welcome back to the stream. Thank you so much for lurking and watching. I appreciate it. If you're just tuning in, I'm Sky or Invested Crybaby, and today we are live on both Twitch and YouTube reading. So hopefully you are ready to get cozy with me. Hi eTalker, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Okay, sorry, just bringing myself back on YouTube. Hi, thank you for welcoming me back. Okay, so just a quick stretch break real quick. We are back on chapter 38. Let's finish the story. It's hot in here. You think it's hot? Oh, okay. I hope you feel cooler soon. Drink some water, okay? Take care of yourself. Welcome back, bestie. Thank you so much. Thank you for welcoming me back. I appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna start on chapter 38. The story is heating up, so that's why it's hot, right, Tim? Alright, chapter 38. It's not summer without you. The three of us walked back to the house. The sun was hot on my back, and I thought about how nice it would be to lay on the beach for a while, to sleep the afternoon away and wake up tan. But there wasn't any time for that, not when we needed to get Conrad ready for his midterms tomorrow. When we got inside, Conrad fell onto the couch and Jeremiah sprawled out on the floor. So tired, he moaned. What my mother did for me, was a gift. Now it was my turn to give one back. Get up, I said. Neither of them moved. Conrad's eyes were closed, so I threw a pillow at Conrad and jabbed Jeremiah in the stomach with my foot. You have to start studying, you lazy bums. Now get up. Conrad opened his eyes. I'm too tired to study. I need to take a power nap first. Me too, Jeremiah said. Crossing my arms, I glared at them and said, I'm tired too, you know, but look at the clock. It's already 1. We're gonna have to work all night and leave really early tomorrow morning. Shrugging, Conrad said, I work best under pressure. But seriously, Belly, I can't work like this. Just let me sleep for an hour. Jeremiah was already falling asleep. I sighed. I couldn't fight both of them. Fine, 1 hour, but that's it. I stalked into the kitchen and poured myself a Coke. I was tempted to take a nap too, but that would be setting the wrong example. While they slept, I kicked the plan into gear. I got Conrad's books out of the car, brought his laptop downstairs, and set up the kitchen like a study room. I plugged in lamps, stacked books and binders according to subject, put out pens and papers. Last, I brewed a big pot of coffee. And even though I didn't drink coffee, I knew mine was good, because I brewed a pot for my mother every morning. Then I took Jeremiah's car and drove to McDonald's to pick up cheeseburgers. They loved McDonald's cheeseburgers. They used to have cheeseburger eating contests, and they'd stack them up like pancakes. Sometimes they let me play too. One time I won. I ate 9 cheeseburgers. I let them sleep an extra half hour, but only because it took me that long to get things set up. Then I filled up Susanna's spray bottle, the one she'd used to water her most delicate plants. I sprayed Conrad first, right in the eyes. Hey, he said, waking up right away. He wiped his face with the bottom of his t-shirt, and I gave him another spray just because. Rise and shine, I sang. Then I walked over to Jeremiah and sprayed him too. He didn't wake up though. He had always been impossible to wake up. He could sleep through a tidal wave. I sprayed, and when he just rolled over, I unscrewed the top of the bottle and poured the water right down the back of his t-shirt. He finally woke up. He finally woke up and stretched his arms out, still lying down on the floor. He gave me a slow grin, like he was used to being woken up this way. Morning, he said. Jeremiah might have been hard to wake up, but he was never a grouch when he finally did. It's not morning. It's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I let you guys sleep an extra half hour, so you better be grateful, I snapped. I am, Jeremiah said, reaching his arm out for me to help him up. I grudgingly gave him my hand and helped heft him up. Come on, I said. They followed me into the kitchen. What the? Conrad said, looking around the room at all his things. Jeremiah clapped his hands together, and he held one hand up for a high five, which I gave him. You're amazing, he said. Then he sniffed and spotted the greasy white McDonald's bag and lit up. Yes, Mickey D's cheeseburgers. I know that smell anywhere. I smacked his hand away. Not yet. There's a reward system in place here. Conrad studies, and then he gets foods. Jeremiah frowned. What about me? Conrad studies, and you get food. Conrad raised his eyebrows at me. A reward system, huh? What else do I get? I flushed. Just the cheeseburgers. His eyes flickered over me appraisingly, like he was trying to decide whether or not he wanted to buy a coat. I could feel my cheeks heat up, and he looked at me. As much as I like the set of a reward system, I'm gonna pass, he said at last. What are you talking about? Jeremiah asked. Conrad shrugged. I study better on my own. I've got it covered. You guys can go. Jeremiah shook his head in disgust. Just like always, you can't handle asking for help. Well, sucks to be you, because we're staying. What do you guys know about freshman psych? Conrad said, crossing his arms. Jeremiah sprang up. We'll figure it out. He winked at me. Bells, can we eat first? I need grease. I felt like I had won a prize, like I was invincible. I reached into the bag. I said, one each, that's it. When Conrad's back was turned, and he was rummaging around the cupboard for Tabasco sauce, Jeremiah held his hand out for another high five. I slapped it silently, and we grinned at each other. Jeremiah and I were a good team. We always had been. We ate our cheeseburgers in silence. As soon as we were done, I said, how do you want to do this, Conrad? Seeing as how I don't want to do this at all, I'll let you decide, he said. He had mustard on his lower lip. Okay then, I prepared for this. You'll read, I'll work on note cards for psych, Jeremiah will highlight. Jer doesn't know how to highlight, Conrad scoffed. Hey, Jeremiah said. Then turning to me, he said, he's right, I suck at highlighting. I just end up highlighting the whole page. I'll do note cards and you highlight bells. I ripped open a pack of index cards and handed them to Jeremiah. Incredibly enough, Conrad listened. He picked a psych textbook out of his stack of books and he started to read. Sitting at the table, studying with his forehead creased, he looked like the old Conrad, the one who cared about things like exams and ironed shirts and being on time. The irony of all this was that Jeremiah had never been much of a student. He hated to study. He hated grades. Learning had always been, Conrad's thing. From the very start, he was the one with the chemistry set, thinking up experiments for us to do as his scientist assistants. I remembered when he'd discovered the word absurd, and he went absurd saying it all the time. That's absurd, he'd say. Or numbskull, his favorite insult. He said that a lot too. The summer when he was 10, he tried to work his way through the encyclopedia. Wait, you guys told me about the Encyclopedia Britannica? You guys told me about that before. Screw me. I've never actually seen one though. When he came back the next summer, he was at Q. I realized it suddenly. I missed him. All this time, when he got to the underneath of it all, there it was. There had always had been. Even though he was sitting there only feet away, I missed him more than ever. Underneath my eyelashes, I watched him, and I thought, come back. Be the you I love you. I love and remember. Yeah, you remember telling me? I remember you talking about that. Alright, chapter 39. It's not summer without you. We were done with psychology and Conrad was working on his English paper with his headphones on when my phone buzzed. It was Taylor. I wasn't sure if she was calling to apologize or to demand I bring her stuff back home immediately. Maybe a mixture of both. I turned off my phone. With all the house drama, I hadn't thought about our fight once. I'd only been back at the summer house for a couple of days, and just like always, I'd already forgotten about Taylor and everything back home. What mattered to me was here. It had always been that way. But those things she'd said, they hurt. Maybe they were true, but I didn't know if I could forgive her for saying them. It was getting dark out when Jeremiah leaned over and said in a low voice, you know, if you wanted to, you could leave tonight. You could just take my car. I could pick it up tomorrow after Conrad's done with his exams. We could hang out or something. Jeremiah? Okay. Hey Fairy, aka Crafty on YouTube, it's good to see you. Oh, I'm not leaving yet. I want to go with you guys tomorrow. Are you sure? Sure, I'm sure. Don't you want me to come with you? It was starting to hurt my feelings. The way he was acting, like they were imposing on me, like as if I weren't family. Yeah, of course I do. He paused like he was going to say something else. I poked him with my highlighter. Are you scared that you'll get in trouble with Mara? I was only halfway teasing. I still couldn't believe he had told me that he had a sort of girlfriend. I wasn't entirely sure why it mattered, but it did. We were supposed to be close, or at least we used to be. I should have known that he had a girlfriend, or not, or how long they had been broken up anyway. She hadn't been at the funeral, or at least I didn't think so. It wasn't like Jeremiah had gone around introducing her to people. What kind of girlfriend didn't go to her boyfriend's mom's funeral? Even Conrad's ex had come. Jeremiah glanced over at Conrad and lowered his voice. I told you, Mara and I are done. When I didn't say anything, he said, come on, Belly, don't be mad. I can't believe you didn't tell me about her, I said, highlighting an entire paragraph. I didn't look at him. I can't believe you kept it a secret. There wasn't anything to tell, I swear. Ah, I said, but I felt better. I snuck a peek at Jeremiah, and he looked back at me with anxious eyes. Okay? Fine, it doesn't affect me one way or the other. I just thought you should have told me a thing like that. He relaxed back into his seat. We weren't that serious, trust me. She was just a girl. It wasn't like how it is with Conrad and... I started and he broke off guiltily. It wasn't like how it was with Conrad and Aubrey. He loved her. Once upon a time, he had been crazy about her. He had never been that way with me. Never. But I had loved him. I loved him longer and truer than I had anyone in my whole life, and I would probably never love anyone that way again, which, to be honest, was almost a relief. It's crazy. Chapter 40. It's not summer without you. July 6th, the next day. Dang. When I woke up the next morning, the first thing I did was go to my window. Who knew how many more times I would see this view? We were all growing up. I would be at college soon. But the good thing, the comforting thing, was knowing that it would still be here. The house wasn't going away. Looking out the window, it was impossible to see where the sky ended and the ocean began. I'd forgotten how foggy the mornings could get here. I stood there and tried to get my fill, tried to make the memory last. Then I ran over to Jeremiah and Conrad's rooms, banging on doors. Wake up, let's go. Let's get this show on the road, I yelled, starting down the hall. I headed downstairs to get a glass of juice, and Conrad was sitting at the kitchen table, where he'd been when I went to sleep around 4 in the morning. He was already dressed and making notes in his notebook. I started to back out of the kitchen, but he looked up. Nice PJs, he said. I flushed. I was still wearing Taylor's stupid pajamas. Scowling, I said, we're leaving in 20 minutes, so be ready. As I headed back upstairs, I heard Conrad say, I already am. If he had said he was ready, he was ready. If he said he was ready, he was ready. He had passed those exams. He probably aced them. Conrad didn't fail at anything he set his mind to. An hour later, we were almost on our way. I was locking the glass sliding door on the porch when I heard Conrad say, should we? I turned around and started to say, should we what? Then Jeremiah came out of nowhere. Yeah, for old time's sake, Jeremiah said. No way, I said. No freaking way. The next thing I knew, Jeremiah was grabbing my legs and Conrad took my arms, and together they swung me back and forth. Jeremiah yelled belly flop, and then they flung me through the air and I landed in the pool. I thought, well, they're finally united on something. When I surfaced, I yelled jerks and only made them laugh harder. I had to go back inside and change out of my soaked clothes, the clothes I wore the first day, and change into Taylor's sundress and her platform sandals. As I wrung out my hair with a hand towel, it was hard to be mad. I even smiled to myself. Possibly the last belly flop of my life, and Stephen wasn't there to partake. I know, I kept thinking about Stephen. I cry. It was Jeremiah's idea to take one car, so Conrad could keep studying on the way. Conrad didn't even try to take the front seat. He just went straight to the back and started flipping through his notes. Predictably, I cried as we drove away. I was just glad I was up front and wearing sunglasses so the boys couldn't tease me about it. But I loved that house, and I hated to say goodbye, because it was more than just a house. It was every summer, every boat ride, every sunset. It was Susanna. We drove in near silence for a while, and then Britney Spears came on the radio, and I turned it up, loud. It went without saying that Conrad hated Britney Spears, but I didn't care. I started to sing along, and Jeremiah did too. I love it. Oh baby, baby, I shouldn't have let you go, I sang, shimmering toward the dashboard. Show me how you want it to be, Jeremiah sang back, bouncing his shoulders. When the song changed, it was Justin Timberlake, and Jeremiah did an amazing Justin Timberlake. He was so unself-conscious and easy with who he was. He made me want to be like that too. He sang to me and tell me how they got that pretty little face on that pretty little frame, girl. And I put my hand on my heart and fake swooned for him like a groupie. Fast, fast, slow, whichever way you want to run, girl. I backed him up at the chorus. This can't be summer love. From the back seat, Conrad growled, "Can you guys please turn the music down? I'm trying to study here, remember?" I turned around and said, "Oh, sorry. Is it bothering you?" He looked at me with narrowed eyes. Without saying a word, Jeremiah turned the music down. We drove for another hour or so, and then he said, "Do you need to pee or anything? I'm going to stop at the next exit for gas." I shook my head. "No, but I'm thirsty." We pulled into the gas station parking lot, and while Jeremiah filled up the car and Conrad napped, I ran into the convenience store. I got Jeremiah and me both Slurpees and half Coke, half cherry, a combination I had perfected over the years. Hello, Dina. Good to see you on YouTube. When I got back to the car, I climbed in and handed Jeremiah his Slurpee. His whole face lit up. "Aw, thanks, Bells. What flavor did you get me?" "Drink it and see." He took a long sip and nodded appreciatively. Half Coke, half cherry. Your specialty? Nice. Hey, remember that time I started to say? Yup, he said. My dad still doesn't want anyone touching his blender. Oh gosh. I put my feet up on the dashboard and leaned back, sipping on my Slurpee. I thought to myself, happiness is a Slurpee and a hot pink straw. From the back, Conrad said irritably, "Where's mine?" "I thought you were asleep," I said. "And you have to drink a Slurpee right away or it'll melt, so I didn't see the point." Conrad glared at me. "Well, at least let me have a sip." "But you hate Slurpees," which was true. Conrad didn't like sugary drinks. Never had. "I don't care, I'm thirsty." I handed him my cup and turned around and watched him drink. I was expecting him to make a face or something, but he just drank and handed it back. And then he said, "I thought your specialty was cocoa." I stared at him. Did he really just say that? Did he remember? The way he looked back at me, one eyebrow raised, I knew he did. And this time, I was the one to look away, because I remembered. I remembered everything. Chapter 41. It's Not Summer Without You. When Conrad left to take his exam, Jeremiah and I bought turkey and avocado sandwiches and whole wheat bread, and we ate them on the lawn. I finished mine first. I was really hungry. When he was done, Jeremiah balled up the foil in his hand and threw it into the trash can. He sat back down next to me in the grass. Out of nowhere, he said to me, "Why didn't you come see me after my mom died?" I stuttered. I did. I came to the funeral. Jeremiah's gaze on me was steady, unblinkingly. "That's not what I mean. I didn't think you'd want me to be there yet." "No, it was because you didn't want to be there. I wanted you there." He was right. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be anywhere near her house. Thinking about her made my heart hurt. It was too much. But the thought of Jeremiah waiting for me to call him, needing someone to talk to, that hurt so bad. "You're right," I told him. "I should have came." Dang. Jeremiah had been there for Conrad, for Susanna, for me. And who had been there for him? Nobody. I wanted him to know I was here now. I looked up at the sky. It's hard, you know, because I want to talk about her, but Conrad doesn't want to, and I can't talk to my dad, and you weren't there either. We all love her, and nobody can talk about her. "What do you want to say?" He leaned his head back, thinking. "That I miss her. I really miss her. She's only been gone for 2 months, and it feels like longer. It feels like it just happened, like yesterday." I nodded. That was exactly how it felt. Don't you think she'd be glad?" I meant glad about Conrad, the way we'd helped him. "Yeah, me too," Jeremiah hesitated. So what now? What do you mean? I mean, are you going to come back this summer? Well, sure, when my mom comes, I'll come too. He nodded. Good, because my dad was wrong, you know. It's your house too, and Laura's, and Steve's. It's all of ours. Suddenly I was stuck with the strangest sensation of needing to reach out and touch his cheek with the back of my hand. So he would know, so he would feel exactly how much those words meant to me. Because sometimes words were so pitifully inadequate, and I knew that. But I had to try anyway. I told him thank you. That means a lot. He shrugged. It's just the truth. We saw him coming from far away, walking fast. We stood up and waited for him. Jeremiah said, "Does it look like good news to you?" "It looks like good news to me." It did to me too. Conrad strode up to us, his eyes gleaming. "I killed it," he said triumphantly. First time I'd seen him smile, really smile, joyful, carefree, since Susanna died. He and Jeremiah high-fived so hard the clap rang out in the air. And then Conrad smiled at me and rolled me around so fast I almost tripped. I was laughing. See, I told you. Conrad picked me up and threw me over his shoulder like I weighed nothing, just like he had the other night. I laughed as he ran, weaving left and right, like he was on a football field. "Put me down," I shrieked, yanking at the bottom of my dress. He did. He set me down on the ground gently. "Thanks," he said, his hand still on my waist, "for coming." Before I could tell him you're welcome, Jeremiah walked over and said, "You still have one left, Con." His voice was strained, and I straightened my dress. Conrad looked at his watch. "You're right. I'm gonna head over there to the psychology department. It'll be a quick one. I'll meet up with you guys in an hour or so." As I watched him go, a million questions ran through my head. I felt dizzy, and not just from being spun around in the air. Abruptly, Jeremiah said, "I'm gonna go find a bathroom. I'll meet you at the car." He fished his keys out of his pocket and threw them to me. "Do you want me to wait?" I asked, but he had already started walking away. He didn't turn around. "No, just go ahead." Instead of going straight to the car, I stopped at the student store. I bought a soda and a hoodie that said brown in block letters. Even though it wasn't cold, I put it on. Jeremiah and I sat in the car listening to the radio, and it was starting to get dark. The windows were down and I could hear a bird calling somewhere out there. Conrad would be done with his last exam soon. "Nice hoodie, by the way," Jeremiah said. "Thanks. I always wanted one from Brown." Jeremiah nodded. "I remember." I fingered my necklace. Oh gosh, guys. Twisting it around my pinky. I let my sentence trail off, waiting for Jeremiah to prod me, to ask me what I was wondering about. But he didn't. He'd ask me anything. He was silent. Sighing, I looked at the window and asked, "Does he ever talk about me? I mean, has he ever said anything?" "Don't," he snapped. "Don't what?" I turned toward him, confused. "Don't ask me that. Don't ask me about him." Jeremiah spoke in a harsh, low voice, a tone he'd never used with me, and one I didn't recall him using with anybody. A muscle in his jaw twitched ferociously. I recoiled and sank back into the seat. I felt as though he had slapped me. "What's the matter with you?" He started to say something, maybe an apology and maybe not, and then he stopped. He leaned over and pulled me toward him, like by gravitational force. He kissed me, hard, and his skin was stubbly and rough against my cheek. My first thought was, I guess he didn't have time to shave this morning. And then I was kissing him back, my fingers winding through his soft yellow hair and my eyes closed. He kissed like he was drowning and I was air. It was passionate and desperate and like nothing I had ever experienced before. Guys, fuck. Oh my gosh. This is what people meant when they said the earth stopped turning. It felt like a world outside of that car. That moment didn't exist. It was just us. No. When he backed away, his pupils were huge and unfocused. He blinked and then he cleared his throat. "Belly," he said, and his voice was foggy. He didn't say anything else, just my name. "Do you still care? Think about me? Want me?" Roughly, he said, yes, I still. And then we were kissing again? Guys, no. We must have made some noise because we both looked up at the same time. We sprang apart. Damn it, guys. There was Conrad, looking right at us. He had stopped short of the car. His face was white. He said, "No, don't stop. I'm the one who's interrupting, he said jerkily and started off. Jeremiah and I stared at each other in silent horror, and then my hand was on the door handle and I was on my feet. I didn't look back. I ran after him and called his name, but Conrad didn't turn around. I grabbed his arm and he finally looked at me, and there was so much hate in his eyes. I winced. Even though on some level, wasn't this what I wanted? To make his head hurt the way he made mine? Or maybe to make him feel something for me other than pity and indifference? To make him feel something, anything? So you like Jeremiah now? He meant to sound sarcastic, cruel, and he did. And he also sounded pained, like he cared about the answer. Which made me feel glad and sad. I said, I don't know, does it matter to you if I do? He stared at me, and then he leaned forward and touched my necklace around my neck, the one I'd been hiding under my shirt all day. If you like Jeremiah, why are you wearing my necklace? I wet my lips. I found it when we were packing up your dorm room. It doesn't mean anything. You know what it means. I shook my head. I don't, but of course I did. I remembered when he'd explained the concept of infinity to me. Immeasurable, one moment stretching out to the next. He bought me that necklace. He knew what it meant. Then give it back. He held his hand out and I saw that it was shaking. No, I said. It's not yours. I never gave it to you. You just took it. That's when I finally got it. I finally understood. It wasn't the thought that counted. It was the actual execution that mattered. The showing up for somebody. The intent behind it wasn't enough. Not for me. Not anymore. It wasn't enough to know that deep down he loved me. You had to actually say it to somebody. Show them you cared. And he just didn't. Not enough. I could feel him waiting for me to argue, to protest, to plead. But I didn't do any of those things. I struggled for what I felt like an eternity to undo the clasp on the necklace around my neck, which was no surprise considering the fact that my hands were shaking too. I finally got the chain free and I handed it back to him. Surprise registered upon his face for the tiniest of moments, and then, like always, he was closed off again. Maybe I'd imagined it, that he cared. He stuffed the necklace into his pocket. Then leave, he said. When I didn't move, he sharply said, go. I was a tree, rooted to the spot. My feet were frozen. Go to Jeremiah. He's the one who wants you. I don't. I never did. And then I was stumbling, running away. Damn it, guys. Fuck, we were so close. Like, I really thought it was done. It was the bed was made. We should have saw that coming. We should have seen this coming. Surely we should have seen this coming. I know. That's crazy. Okay. But, I mean, she had a point. She was like, he didn't do it enough. I was like, true, girl. I mean, true, but, like, you made your bed. Like, you're always... Yo, you made your bed. Like, what are we gonna do? Screaming. Chapter 42. It's not summer without you. I didn't go back to the car right away. All I had in front of me were impossible choices. How could I face Jeremiah after what just happened? After we kissed, after I went running after Conrad, my mind was spinning in a million different directions. I kept touching my lips, then I touched my collarbone, where the necklace used to be. I wandered around campus, but after a while, I headed back to the car. What choice did I have? I couldn't just leave without telling anybody, and it wasn't like I had had another way home. I guess Conrad was thinking the same thing, because when I got back to the car, he was already there, sitting in the back seat with the window open. Jeremiah was sitting on the hood of the car. Hi, he said. Hey, I hesitated, unsure of what was next. For once, our ESP connection failed me, because I had no idea what he was thinking. His face was unreadable. He slid off the car. Ready to go home? I nodded, and he threw the keys. You drive, he said. In the car, Conrad ignored me completely. I didn't exist to him anymore, and despite everything I'd said that made me want to die, I never should have come. None of us were speaking to one another. I'd lost them both. What would Susanna say if she saw the mess we were in now? She would have been so disappointed in me. I hadn't been a help at all. I'd only made things worse. Just when we thought everything was going to be okay, we all fell apart. I had been driving for what felt like forever when it started to rain. It started out with fat little plops, and then it just came down heavy and hard sheets. Can you see? Jeremiah asked me. Yeah, I lied. I could barely see 2 feet in front of me. The windshield wipers were swishing back and forth ferociously. Gosh, why can't I say this word today? Damn. Traffic had been crawling along, and then it slowed almost to a stop. There were police lights way up ahead. There must have been an accident, Jeremiah said. We'd been sitting in traffic for over an hour when it started to hail. I looked at Conrad in the rear view, but his face was impassive. He might as well have been somewhere else. Should we pull over? Yeah, get off at the next exit and see if we can find a gas station, Jeremiah said, glancing at the clock. It was 10:30. The rain didn't let up. We sat in the gas station parking lot for what felt like forever. The rain was loud, and we were so quiet that when my stomach growled, I was pretty sure they both heard. I coughed to cover up the noise. Jeremiah jumped out of the car and ran inside the gas station. When he ran back, his hair was dripping wet and matted. He tossed me a packet of peanut butter and cheese crackers without looking at me. There's a motel a few miles down, he said, wiping his forehead with the back of his arm. Let's just wait it out, Conrad said. It was the first time he'd spoken since we left. Dude, the highway's pretty much shut down. There's no point, I say. We just crash for a few hours and leave in the morning. Conrad didn't say anything. I didn't say anything because I was too busy eating the crackers. They were bright orange and salty and gritty, and I stuffed them into my mouth one after the other. I didn't even offer one to either of them. Belly, what do you want to do? Jeremiah said it very politely, like I was his cousin from out of town. Like his mouth hadn't been on mine just hours before. I swallowed my last cracker. I don't care. Do whatever you want. By the time we got to the motel, it was midnight. I went to the bathroom to call my mother. I told her what had happened, and right away she said, I'm coming to get you. Every part of me wanted to say, yes, please, come right this second. But she sounded so tired, and she already had done so much. I instead said, no, it's fine, Mom. It's alright, Belly, it's not that far. It's okay, really, we'll leave early tomorrow morning. She yawned. Is the motel in a safe area? Yes, even though I didn't know exactly where we were, or if it constituted a safe area. But it seems safe enough. Just go to sleep and get up first thing. Call me when you're on the road. After we got off the phone, I leaned against the wall for a minute. How did I end up here? Hello, Rock. It's good to see you on Twitch, bestie. Thank you for being here on my stream. And thank you to all the lurkers listening to me read today. I appreciate it. Hello to Switch Siren as well. I hope you're doing well. I changed into Taylor's pajamas and put my new hoodie over them. I took my time brushing my teeth and taking out my contact lenses. I didn't care that the boys might be waiting to use the bathroom. I just wanted time alone, away from them. When I came back out, Jeremiah and Conrad were on the floor, on opposite sides of the bed. They each had a pillow and a blanket. You guys should take the bed, I said, even though I only partly meant it. There's two of you. I'll sleep on the floor. Conrad was busy ignoring me, and Jeremiah said, nah, you take it. You're the girl. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have argued with him just for the principle of it. What did my being a girl have to do with whether or not I sleep on the floor? I was a girl, not an invalid. But I didn't argue. I was too tired, and I did want the bed. I crawled onto the bed and got into the covers. Jeremiah set the alarm on his phone and shut off the lights. Nobody said goodnight or suggested we see if there's anything good on TV. I tried to fall asleep, but I couldn't. I tried to remember the last time the three of us had slept in the same room. I couldn't at first, but then I did. We pitched a tent on the beach, and I begged and begged and begged to be included, and finally my mother made them let me come. Me and Stephen and Jeremiah and Conrad. We played Uno for hours, and Stephen high-fived me when I won twice in a row. Suddenly, I missed my big brother so much I wanted to cry. Part of me thought that if Stephen had been here, things wouldn't have gotten this awful. Maybe none of this would have happened, because I would still be chasing after the boys instead of being in the middle. Oop. But now everything had changed, and we could never go back to the way things used to be. I was lying in bed, thinking about all of this when I heard Jeremiah snoring, which really annoyed me. He'd always been able to fall asleep at will, as soon as his head hit the pillow. I guess he wasn't losing any sleep over what had happened. I guess I shouldn't either. I flipped over on my other side, facing away from Jeremiah. And then I heard Conrad say quietly, earlier, when I said I never wanted you, I didn't mean it. My breath caught. I didn't know what to say, or if I was even supposed to say anything. All I knew was, this is what I had been waiting for, this exact moment, exactly this. I opened my mouth to speak, and then he said it again. I didn't mean it. I held my breath, waiting to hear what he'd say next, and all he said was, good night, Belly. Guys, God, I can't do this no more. I can't do this no more. Guys, please. After that, of course, I couldn't sleep. My head was too full of things to think about. What did he mean? What, then that he wanted to be like together? Me and him? For real? It was what I'd wanted my whole life. But then there was Jeremiah's face in the car, open and wanting and needing me. In that moment, I wanted and needed him too. More than I'd ever known. Had it always been there? But after tonight, I didn't even know if I didn't even know if he wanted me anymore. Maybe it was too late. Then there was Conrad. I didn't mean it. I closed my eyes and heard him say those words again and again. His voice traveling across the dark. It haunted me and thrilled me. So I lay there, barely breathing, going over every word. The boys were asleep and every part of me was fully awake and alive. And it was like a dream, a really amazing dream. And I was afraid to fall asleep because when I woke up, it would be gone. Hey Shizu, it's good to see you on YouTube. And Rock, thank you so much for the pie. That's so nice. Alright, chapter 43. We only have 2 more chapters after this. Oh, God bless too, because I can't do this no more. Chapter 43. It's Not Summer Without You. July 7th, the next day. I woke up before Jeremiah's alarm went off. I took a shower, brushed my teeth, put on the same clothes as the day before. When I came out, Jeremiah was on the phone and Conrad was folding up his blanket. I waited for him to look at me. If he would just look at me, smile, say something, I would know what to do. But Conrad didn't look up. He put the blankets back in the closet, and then he put on his sneakers. He undid the laces and pulled them tighter. I kept waiting, but he wouldn't look at me. Hey, I said. He finally raised his head. Hey, he said. A friend of mine is coming to get me. Why? I asked. It's easier this way. He'll take me back to Cousins so I can get my car, and Jake can take you home. Oh, I said. I was so surprised. It took a moment for the disappointment, the utter disbelief to register. We stood there, looking at each other, saying nothing. But it was the kind of nothing that meant everything. In his eyes, there was no trace of what had happened between us earlier, and I could feel something inside me break. So that was that. We were finally over. I looked at him, and I felt so sad, because this thought occurred to me. I will never look at you in the same way ever again. I'll never be that girl again. The girl who comes running back every time you push her away. The girl who loves you anyway. I couldn't even be mad at him, because this is who he was. This is who he'd always been. He'd never lie about that. He gave, and then he took away. I felt it in the pit of my stomach, the familiar ache, the lost, regretful feeling only he could give me. I never wanted to feel it again. Never, ever. Maybe this is why I came, so I could really know, so I could say goodbye. I looked to him, and I thought, if I was very brave or very honest, I would tell him. I would say it, so he would know it, and I would know it, and I could never take it back. But I wasn't that brave or honest, so all I did was look at him, and I knew, and I think he knew anyway. I release you. I evict you from my heart, because if I don't do it now, I never will. I was the one to look away first. Jeremiah hung up the phone and asked Conrad, "Is Dad on his way to come get you?" "Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out here and wait for him." Jeremiah looked at me then. "What do you want to do?" "I want to go with you," I said. I picked up my bag and Taylor's shoes. He stood up and took my bag off my shoulder. "Then let's go." To Conrad, he said, "See you at home." I wondered which home he meant, the summer house or the house, but I guess it didn't matter. "Bye, Conrad," I said. I walked out of the door with Taylor's shoes in my hand, and I didn't bother to put them on either. I didn't look back, and right there, I felt it. The glow, the satisfaction of being the one who left first. As we walked through the parking lot, Jeremiah said, "Maybe you should put your shoes on. You might cut your feet or something." I shrugged. "They're Taylor's shoes." I said as if that made sense. I added, "They're too small." He asked, "Do you want to drive?" I thought it over, and then I said, "No, that's okay. You drive." "But you love to drive my car," he said, coming around to the passenger side and opening my door first. "I know, but today I just feel like riding shotgun." "Do you want to get breakfast first?" "No," I said. "I just want to go home." Soon we were on the road. I opened the window all the way down. I stuck my head out and let my hair fly everywhere. Just because. Stephen once told me that bugs and things get caught up in girls' hairs when they ride with it hanging out the window, but I didn't care. I liked the way it felt. It felt free. Jeremiah looked over at me and said, "You remind me of our old dog Boogie. He used to love riding around with his head out the window." He was still using his polite voice, distant. I said, "You haven't said anything about before." I glanced over at him. I could hear my heart thudding in my ears. "What's left to say?" "I don't know. A lot," I said. "Belly," he started. Then he stopped and let out a breath, shaking his head. What were you going to say?" "Nothing," he said. Then I reached across and I took his hand and laced my fingers around his. It felt like the most right thing I'd done in a long time. We're so screwed here. I worried he'd let go, but he didn't. We held hands like that the whole rest of the way home. I feel bad for Jeremiah, guys. I fear he's going to be hurt at some point again. Hello? Don't do this to me again. Fuck me, God, they do this to me every time. I swore we had more than... I thought this went to 45 chapters. Oh my God, I can't do this no more. That's the end of the story. Hope you enjoyed me reading it to you. I literally, like, this is the second book we've read from them and they did this to me again. 50 out of 50. Yeah, that's the end. That's the freaking end. Can you believe that? I'm throwing a fit. This is unreal. This is very much unreal. And once again, we're left in the air. I can't handle it. Hey Cass, it's good to see you. Cass, I've read 2 books. There's one left. And I'm hopeful to hear if you're Team Conrad or Team Jeremiah at this point. And the rest of you too. Team Conrad, Team Jeremiah. How are you doing after the book? Not good. I thought I had like 3 more chapters. I was like 45. I assumed there was 45 chapters. There's not. Apparently. I don't even know what that chapter was. I think it was 43. So apparently there was 2 chapters I was assuming. I want to know which team you're on. I do. At this point, I have 1 more book. I think I deserve to know. What are you thinking? Beatles, what team are you on? Choir, Shisu, Chow, what team are you on right now? And I know what you're going to say. And I know you know what I'm gonna say, but I still want to hear you say it. I still want to know your opinions. Oh my gosh, I did not expect that from you, Cass. That's one I did not expect. Cass's team, Jeremiah. Damn, this is crazy. This is crazy, Cass. This is wild. This is crazy. She's allegedly Team Jeremiah as well. And why? And why? Based off of what you've heard me read, why? I just want to know. Do you think Jeremiah is the best person for Belly? It's hard to swallow. It's hard to hear. Screaming. I'm team of the trope, being best friends to lovers. I'm embarrassed to say it, but Chuck and Blair taught me Belly's gonna choose her heartbreaking man. I'm so glad we are like cultured, okay? Like, yes. I know, deep down, we know, but like at the end of the day, my man, like, I'm sorry, and that's how that goes. That's just how that goes. I think Jeremiah fits the description. Guys, I know in my heart Jeremiah's what's right, okay? I will agree with you on that. I will attribute that, you know what, Jeremiah's a great guy, and he would do right by Belly. I believe that wholeheartedly, but as Chell said, I personally feel like, and I said this earlier when we were reading, I think Belly and Conrad are meant to be together because they're both so like crazy. Okay, they're just both crazy. Jeremiah's gonna get freaking hurt. You want to see Jeremiah get hurt? I don't want to see Jeremiah get hurt. I don't want to see Jeremiah get hurt. And I fear with that ending, Jeremiah's gonna get hurt. I was saying that right before, and I didn't think that was the ending. Jeremiah would do right, but Belly can't see it, and Jeremiah's getting toyed with. Yeah, he's just a toy. He's just getting played with. And I don't think that's fair. Like, I think Conrad is made for her, and she's made for Conrad. It's a tale as old as time. You make your bed, you lie in it. I feel like Conrad and Belly would be good, would be together because they attracted to each other, but nothing else. Yeah, that's it. Like, Jeremiah's her best friend and lover. I know, and Cass, I think that's why I'm not team Jeremiah. Because I'm like, that's her best friend, and like, what is she gonna do if that's not her best friend? Like, dude, do you see the loops that Conrad and her go through? She needs a Jeremiah. That girl needs someone. Like, and if she's with Jeremiah, then she's risking losing that person in the future. Because Belly is just, if we're gonna be like transparent, Belly is just as like unpredictable and like inconsistent as Conrad, and that's just my personal belief. I think that Belly and Conrad are one and the same in that sense, that like they don't know what they want, they can't make up their mind, and they're always toying, you know? So with her being so unpredictable, she can't have Jeremiah holding her down, because Jeremiah's just gonna get hurt. That's my thought process on that, is that he can't hold her down, unfortunately. Yeah, they're both running around toying, avoiding field. Literally, they're just playing games. And like, they're all childhood friends, which is making it worse. So it's like, that's why I really don't want her with Jeremiah, because I'm like, dude, you're gonna mess up your whole childhood like connection. Like, you've been best friends since you were like babies, and like you have all these cute memories of being like 10 and 12 and 13, and that was your first kiss, and let's leave it sweet. Let's leave it sweet like that. And instead, she wants to make a brother feud. Rivalry, if you will. These brothers are going to hate each other. I'm so scared that like Conrad and Jeremiah, they're just not going to be brothers because of Belly. Because they are just, they both chose the gun. You know the TikTok trend? They both reached for the gun. Belly's the gun, and they both reached for her. And I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Like, their brother relationship's going to be over, and I would not want to see that. So in my opinion, they did us so horrible with this ending. Did you see me clicking the next button? I'm like, hello, what's going on? I think I did that last time too, and at least I knew I was like close to the end last time. This time I did not know I was close. I thought I had 2 more chapters. I said 2 more chapters. I believe my title today says like 30 to 45. I've been pointing out that this book has 45 chapters, and apparently I'm just so dense I didn't check fully. I just assumed, unfortunately. It was I know, I'm like, dang it, oh my god. And like, as soon as I read that, I just knew something was up. I just knew something was up, and it's so up. It's so up, and I don't even know how book 3 is gonna start. Cass, is there gonna be a 4th season of the show, right? That's what I heard. Or does it have 2 seasons going on 3? I'm curious. What's going on with the show? 4 seasons for the show? What are they doing that you haven't heard in the book? Like, are you on track with my books right now? Oh, it's a season 3? Okay, so like, are you on track with what you've heard on the story? Like, do you know this story already? Did you already see like this happened with Belly and Jeremiah? Do you know what happens next? Or like, are we basically reading like every season? She's smiling. You don't have to spill. You don't have to spoil. Just tell me, like, are you on track? Like, do you know what's going on right now? Or like, I'm reading you parts of this story that like you have not witnessed on the show. I'm just curious. Cause like, what's going on with the show? And like, how are they portraying all this stuff? And like, is the book better than the show? I don't know. I don't know. If you don't tell me, you know that I'm just gonna go running to my sister, and that girl loves to spill. She loves to spoil. So if you don't want me to get spoiled, Cass, you have to tell me. Because I'm just gonna go asking her. And Miss Girl loves to talk. She'll just end up saying something, and I'll be like, no way. So I know what happens, yes, but I vaguely remember parts of it. Loki was processing things and still am. Okay. Loving the scoop because what's the pacing? Yeah, like what's going on? Okay, so she knows what happens. And she's still like going through the motions with us. This must be intense. This is an intense story. Oh, man, well, I knew we were going to finish the book today. I was determined to finish the book today. And now we only have 1 more book. We'll Always Have Summer is the next book. It's called We'll Always Have Summer. And yeah, I'm not looking at it here. There's an extra page compared to this book, which is cute. I guess this is the ending of the story? Is this the ending of the story, or is there going to be another book? Does anyone know? Does anyone know if there's gonna be more to the story than like the 3 books, or gosh, I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna close it out because I'm literally not gonna read it right now. I'm like so tempted. I'm like already I'm starting to read the beginning. Don't worry, it's all gibberish. Moment of appreciation and acknowledgement. You've read 2 books. I know. Child, I've read 2 books. Can you believe it? January Sky would be proud right now. You have no clue. I'm scared to do research. I'm scared to like find something out that I don't know yet, you know? So I guess we're just gonna keep going on this wild ride blindlessly. I hope you enjoyed my reading. Something new for all of us, especially me. But it's been fun. Every time I don't want to read, and then I read, and then I have fun. So it's interesting. It's like a whole other story I'm following along, you know? It's like another show, if you will. And honestly, I don't know if I want to watch the show. I'm scared to watch the show. Because what if the show's not as good as the book? Like another bit, literally. Except for it's just me acting out all the parts. And censoring a bunch of stuff. It's so funny because Angie was more into that show than me at first, so I was begging her to say nothing spoiler-wise, screaming. It's just me. I was just one person show here. One person show, censoring and portraying everything you could imagine. Dude, I'm excited for the next book. So listen, we finished book 2 today, and man, that was a good ending. I liked it better than the last one. I forget if you said this, but do you like how the characters look like? I kind of forgot what they look like all over again. Sky's Jeremiah, 10 out of 10. Love that. I'm scared I'm not gonna like the actual Jeremiah in the show. You know? Because like I feel like I play him pretty well. Maybe it should just be me. I'm scared I might not like some of these characters like if I'm not playing them. Actually, obviously you can tell I enjoy playing Belly the most. Like I enjoy reading like how she writes, but I am scared I'm not gonna like the boys, because like I read the boys and like it's me reading the boys, and I'm so scared I'm not gonna like them like when they're doing their stuff. Here's Sky's voice when watching the show. I know, right? You're gonna see me and like my facial expressions. I don't watch back these because I'm so scared to see. I got a comment on my YouTube video like, oh, I enjoy your facial expressions when you read, and I was like, nope. Take them down. I don't want to know. I don't want to see it. I don't really remember the characters. So do you guys want to look at them up? You want to look at them? Or should we wait? Or I'm scared to look at them, actually. I might get disappointed again. I don't know. Look them up? You think I should? Okay, don't get mad at me if I don't like it, okay? Don't get upset. I fear I might like not like the characters. I want to know your opinions then. Okay, also, for some reason, I don't know if it's because I have brown hair, but like I do picture most of these people like having brown hair. And like when she says that Jeremiah has blonde, I'm like, what? He has brown hair. I forgot to tell you guys that. I always picture Jeremiah to have brown hair for some reason. I don't know if it's because I have brown hair or what, but for some reason I thought he was gonna have brown hair. So when they're saying like blonde hair in some of these, yellow blonde hair, I'm like, oh. I actually do picture Jeremiah with brown hair. So you too picture? Yeah, so that's like one thing already I'm scared about. Alright, let's oh gosh, I'm not ready, guys. Oh gosh. Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta add it real quick so we can look at it this way. Give me a second. Oh gosh, don't bear with me. Oh my gosh, I'm screaming already. And let me go here. Let's see. Okay, wow. But Conrad, yeah, I also picture Conrad blonde. One thing I do also when I read about male characters is I have, in any book, I'm like brown dark hair. So you're always picturing dark brown hair too. Guys, I'm seeing Jeremiah already. Hey Zua. I'm the guys. Conrad. Steven? Taylor? How do I look them up? Just images maybe? Guys, please. Please. Let me open this one up and open a new tab like this. It's not big enough. Hold on. Why are these pictures so freaking small? Like, what the hell? Okay, this doesn't look that bad. Okay, from the show doesn't look that bad. Okay, wait. Let me see. Oh, okay, okay. Are these the boys? Hmm. I like her shirt. I want that shirt. That's cute. Team Belly. Belly's cute. Hmm. Yeah, I like a shirt. What's your thoughts? What's your feelings? I didn't picture like them like this, guys. I just didn't picture them like this. Unfortunately. You've seen them a million times. Conrad is not that far off from how I pictured him, but slightly different in my mind. Chill, you know what we were talking about earlier? It's not the latter for me, for Conrad. Remember we were speaking earlier? Not hitting the mark. But yeah, similar. You're surprised by Jeremiah, you didn't picture him like that either? Yeah. Hey Bacterian, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Who casted them? who was the casting director? I'm just a little curious. But I mean, it's not that bad. I feel like maybe in the show they look better. Maybe like when they're not like in a still photo. Belly's cute. I don't think. Who's she? Okay. Oh yeah, I want to see like Taylor and them. Okay, wait. This is okay. This is giving. It wants me to save this photo, so I can't. Seeing Belly makes me realize I had some kind of Bella Swan looking girl in my head. Really? I had somebody like more dark in my head, honestly. Like I thought she was gonna be a bit more tan. I'm not gonna lie. Cause like they talk about her being tan all the time. They talk about her being super tan and like, you know, I don't know. I mean, this picture looks so good. She looks cute. I'm not like mad at Belly. I'm not mad at Belly. I feel like Belly's okay. Like she was good. She looks cute. But I pictured her dark hair, long hair, like tan. She kind of looks like my cousin right here, I'm not gonna lie. But the boys, I guess my imagination went different. I'll be honest, but it's fine. I feel like Jeremiah looks stiff in every picture. Why does Jeremiah look different in like every single picture? Like is that the same boy as like right here? Look. This boy right here. Is that same? That's not the same boy, is it? That can't be the same boy. Look at him here. They're not the same. Okay, so is this the real Jeremiah? Because this one looks better to me than the other one. Oh my god, that's Cameron? Or this is Cameron? This should have probably been. This is the one that other kid Cam. Is this one Cameron? I feel like he looks more like what I thought Jeremiah would look like, honestly. That's sad. That's a bit sad. Okay, but where's Taylor? Oh, I think I found it. I feel like Belly and her brother, like, they're fine. Steven doesn't have a big role in the book, in my opinion. So, like, I feel like they're fine. I'm not like super disappointed. I do feel like Belly's hair should have probably been darker because they talk about her dark hair all the time, tan skin all the time. But she's fine. Dude, Conrad just does not like measure up to the book, unfortunately. And if this is Taylor, that's crazy. Doesn't she have blonde in the book? Why is her hair brown? Why is her hair brown? He doesn't look cute in pics. Conrad doesn't look cute in pics. His acting is good? Okay, that's good. That's promising. She's really cute. The more I see Belly, the more I think she's really cute. Like, I think Belly's perfect. I feel like I'll be fine, like, watching. Where's, like, the moms and stuff? And, like, was that Taylor? Is Taylor this one with the brown hair? Or is she not, like, that relevant? Because she's pretty relevant in the story. Okay, wait, here's like a big cast picture. Let's see. Alright, who's who here? I couldn't tell you. I'm looking at this, I'm like, I couldn't tell you. The one in the middle. Next to Belly's Susanna. This blonde lady's Susanna? Did not picture her like that. I don't know why I pictured her with dark hair too. Did not picture, and like longer hair. She looks stiff in this picture. Well, I just didn't picture her like this at all. Why is Cam standing there next to the mom? Thank you, Zua. Look up other pics of her specifically. Okay. Oh my gosh, are these the moms? Are these the moms? Belly's mom seems right. Okay, I feel like I can get behind her playing Susanna too. Okay, the moms aren't too far off. Okay, it's fine. You could try some of they turn pretty stills and might show pics from the show. The moms aren't too bad, I feel like. Who's she with? Conrad? The moms are cute, yeah. Guys, I don't know. Maybe that's why Cass is Team Jeremiah. I said, guys, I don't know. Is this the prom? Wait, why isn't she wearing that purple dress if this is the prom? Oh my gosh, is this the prom? She looks so cute. She was supposed to wear a purple dress. That's the debutante. It's 2:30 for me, bestie. It's 2:30 for me. Don't think I've seen that or heard about that yet. Unfortunately. Oop. Oop. Is this the prom? This is the prom. Dude, I feel like I'm gonna hate Conrad in this show. I'm so scared. I think I'm gonna hate him. I feel like I'm not gonna like him in this show. Guys, I'd be writing down for Conrad on the book and then I'm like, no. I think you'll like him for a season. We'll see. We'll see. Are you guys gonna watch this show with me? Dude, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about any of this. Who is this person? Who is this person? In this person? He gave you the ick for some reason? You have no clue who these people are? Oh. I don't know who these people could be. Belly looks really cute. I'm very happy that Belly looks really cute. Like, thank God. Thank God. At least there's that. Oh. Let's see. Which one is this one? She looks good. She looks good. Damn. We're screwed. We're screwed. We are so screwed. It's time to start changing teams now, Joe. Let's ditch the Chuck and Blair concept, alright? We're done with that. We're switching now. It's done. It's over. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen any Taylors yet. Pack it up. Oh, okay. I want to know who these girlies are right here. Cause this eats. Dare vibes getting their moment. Maybe Dare will live on in this show. We're still not over it. We're still not. You can tell, dude. I reference them like too much. I feel like I'm so not over it. I think that's the reason I don't even want to watch back the show right now. Like, I'm not ready. This is such a good photo though. Who is everyone in this photo besides Belly? I need to know. I know. I'm like, who is she? Who is she? In the show, there's this debutante thing where Belly participates. It's to welcome her as a woman in society or something, and these are other participants. Oh. You know what would have been really cool? If they just like totally switched up Taylor. Not me. We just rewrote Taylor real quick. Screaming. That would have been interesting. I would have been here for it. Alright, let me see what Taylor looks like though. Let me see. I gotta find out. I gotta see. What? What? Taylor is such a slice guy, like so hot. Oh, is she? Is this her? Debbie Tanya's Rory Gilmore Girl's one of those, and so do the girls in Gossip Girl. Yeah. Desi, I've never seen the actors. Is this her? They said, "Are you Barbie?" Hi, Barbie. She's actually a baddie. Well, in the book, she's made to be a baddie. Is this her and Steven? I pictured her dressing a little bit different. We can get behind most of them except for the boys, I think. I think that's where I'm at. I just don't think I like the guys. I just don't think I like the guys. That sucks. Who casted them? That sucks. That sucks so bad. That actually sucks so bad. I'm shook. I'm so shook. Dang. You know, I never read like a book like this, and then especially to have a show. The only time I feel like I've done something like this is with The Fault in Our Stars, and that lined up well. I was like here for that. I liked all of that. So this is the first time I'm seeing like characters that I've been reading for like so long. It took me 2 books to look at these characters, and yeah, I'm glad I didn't wait for the 3rd one, because I gotta get used to this. I gotta put faces to the names. I feel like I'm gonna forget them. Is it mean of me to say that most of them, like the guys, they don't have memorable faces? Like, I don't even know which one's Conrad or Jeremiah in my head right now. And I feel like Cam had a more prominent face than either of them. Is that rude? I feel like look at pigs and watching the show of them acting is different. I do prefer watching them in action. Yeah, that's best case scenario. They're just not that very much photogenic or something, Cass. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. They're better in motion. Thanks for making me look at that, Cass. Oh, do you guys get to see Mr. Fisher and stuff? Should we look at Mr. Fisher? Oh yeah, just a bit. Just a bit. I mean, I've been reading these books for months, so it's kind of crazy. All right, let's see him. Yep. Yep. Let's give him Mr. Fisher, all right. Yep. Sounds about right. Looks about right. Mm-hmm. Kind of what it, right? Like, that one adds up. That one adds up for sure. Oh, it didn't show you guys. There we go. There he is. Good look at him. Get a good look at Mr. Fisher. He gives, I'm gonna sell my passed away wife's summer house. Screaming. He gives that. He does give that. Mm-hmm. I see it. I see it. Hi, Alyssa. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Let me look at Belly's dad. Oh. I'm glad we don't see him much. Oh. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Oh, wrong one again. Now we're gonna have to go through. I have like all these pictures open. We're getting glimpses. There he is. Okay. Well, you know, there's that. Okay. I love how YouTube's laughing right now. They're just laughing at me. Okay. Screaming. Well. Good talk, Cass. Good talk. Thank you. Anyways, book 2 is over. We finished it. Let me look at the calendar so we could see. There it is, right? There it is. Let's see. We're not gonna read next week because we have my party. So we'll be starting book 3, the final one, on October 2nd. It'll come quick, I'm sure. October 2nd. Book number 3. Final one of the series. I'm just gonna enjoy the book. Yeah. I'm just gonna enjoy the book. I don't know. Do I have to watch the show? I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch the show. Would you judge me if I didn't watch the show? Because, I'm thinking that right now. Please watch the show. Hi, Cher. Thank you for the raid. It's so sweet. From spooky nights to island lights. Cher brings the fright to Invested Crybaby's delight. Cute. Welcome in. How was your stream? We just, finished reading. I'm doing good. I'm hanging out. We were just reading the ending of the Summer I Turned Pretty book 2. It's Not Summer Without You. And it was a crazy ending. You were trying this intense spooky game. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. The show is so good. Are you gonna watch it? I'm only gonna watch it if all of you are there. I don't know if I want to watch it. So if the show is so good, you're gonna come watch it with me? Surely. I want to see you there on my Discord. I don't know when we're gonna watch it. Probably after the book is over. We'll watch the show. So that way, like, no spoils are faced. So make sure you join my Discord. 1 more month, and then we'll be watching the show. Absolutely before the next season, next summer. Yeah, we'll probably watch this in like November, which is funny because like it's a summer show, but we'll probably watch it in November and we'll be ready for summer for the next season. And Desi, is it season 3 or season 4 coming out? That's okay, Zua. Depends the time we watch it. Yeah. We'll see. Daylight savings is coming, Cass. We'll see. Maybe earlier. We'll see. You'll download Discord. You should, Sua, so you can hang out with us. And you can post your dress to impress stuff over there. It's gonna be 3. Okay, and there's 3 books. You think they'll have another season after season 3, or you think it's the final season of the show? There's 3 books. They're coming out with the 3rd season. Dang, am I gonna be everything you read I remember from the show? So what, you think what I read in the next book will be like something you don't know? Like, do you think I'm gonna be in this next book, I'm gonna be like reading what's gonna come in season 3, or like what do you think is going on with that? Because I don't want to spoil it for no one. I don't want to spoil it. You should. Right now, do you know who Belly is with? Didn't you hear my finale? She's going back home. They just got Conrad through school. And she's holding Jeremiah's hand as she drives home. So, well, as he drives her home. So, they're not together. She's not with anyone. It's up in the air once again. Glee is tonight, yes, 8:30. Can't wait to watch it, Alyssa. I'm so obsessed with Glee. It's my favorite right now. Conrad caught her making out with Jeremiah in the car. They got in a fight. Then he said he still wants to be with her, but then they don't talk. He goes back to school with his friend, and Jeremiah drives her home holding her hand. And that's what we ended off with. Yeah. It's kind of crazy, huh? It's a little wild. Just a little crazy. A little spoiler at the end there. We're once again going through a loop. Screaming. It was pretty good though. Thanks for listening to me read again. I really appreciate it. So book 3 starts October 2nd on the channel, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's currently 2:40, almost 2:45 where I'm at in California, and I gotta go make a cake and stuff. I gotta get ready for my weekend, my own Belly adventure. So I'm gonna be doing that next. Okay. You're so pretty. Aw, thank you, Albert. You're so nice. Thank you so much for your kind words. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube. Off topic, but your hair is resting on everything. Is such a cute vibe. I mean, you look like a goddess. Oh, you're so cute. Thank you. That's so nice. Screaming, crying, literally throwing up. Not you. You and Albert at the same time. Anyways, guys, I gotta find someone to visit because I gotta go. Okay, I gotta go do some IRL things. But it was a sweet 4-hour stream reading. Watch back this stream to hear the ending of the story. And I appreciate you and your company so much today. Thank you to those who support my reading streams. I'm very grateful. Very, very grateful. No, for real, your hair is always iconic to me. Mine is always short. Thank you, because I was just complaining about my hair today on the stream. Isn't that crazy? So your compliments mean so much to me. You subscribe to me? Okay, watch my videos. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. We're going to be playing Roblox Dress to Impress. I need to find... I have a whole community of pedals, but I need to find some that are reading, because then that could be fun. I'm gonna rate this friend who's doing art, but they're an 18+ community, so keep that in mind. Okay, we're gonna rate this friend who's doing art today. Yeah, because we're like doing lifestyle stuff, so we should support someone who's doing the same. Please click my live, my VOD. I'll see you for Glee tonight, okay? Thank you for watching my short and sweet stream. Glee will be on at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and I will be seated. So I hope you'll come see me. But this is the end of my stream today. So thank you for coming in. Copy the raid message if you're watching on Twitch. And hold on. Gosh, I can't type. Bye, Desi. See you tomorrow. See you all tomorrow, okay? Thank you for watching. Thank you for keeping me company. Bye, YouTube. You like all my streams? You're such an angel. Bye, friends. Over there on YouTube, I appreciate you for watching. Bye, Twitch friends. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be playing Roblox. Dress to Impress. Come play Roblox. Dress to Impress with me. Watch back my streams to see me read today. Yeah, this was fun. It was a good time. I really enjoy your company and support, so thank you. You love my streams and videos? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, goodbye. Love you. My name is Sky. That's with an AI. My pronouns are she, her. And I'm live all the time starting at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. and I hope you'll be here to play some Roblox with me. It's my last stream until next Wednesday, so you gotta be here tomorrow, okay? Because I'm going away for a few days and I want to see you before I go. I'll miss you so much if I don't, so make sure you're here tomorrow, okay? Bye. See you later. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like the live stream.